This is a unique initiative of PMIPCC and the first of its kind Agile conference in Hyderabad. And it is also the first time we are conducting an event in a hybrid mode. We have participants attending this conference in person as well as virtually also. Almost 100 participants are there in a virtual platform. I am Shrivani Lakkaraju, project management specialist by profession and a volunteer with PMI PCC.
Thanks, Vani. And I'm Tehseen, a seasoned program and dev manager by profession and a volunteer at PMIPCC. Together, we will be MC for the day. Can you hear me at the back? And online participants, I hope you can hear me. If you can, please give a reaction. Thank you. Before we get started, there are few housekeeping announcements that I would like to make. We have 2 network breaks and 1 lunch break. The refreshments will be served outside in the open balcony area to my right. Restrooms are on the same floor near the pantry. There is an exciting quiz coming up, and goodies can be won. So please go ahead and download the quizzes app on your mobile, and you will be set. For social media posting, in case you are doing for this conference, please use hashtag PMIPCCAC23. And some information for our online delegates. Please post all your queries using the Q&A button on the WebEx platform. They will be answered during the Q&A session. And in case you are facing any challenges with respect to the WebEx platform, please feel free to get in touch to the PMI PCC help desk. The number is provided in the email. With that, I request the conference chair, Ms. Komal Mathur, Vice President PMI PCC, to set the context for the conference. Ms. Komal, please.
Good morning, all, and a very warm welcome. Every organization in today's time is going through a transformation journey. As the new practices and technologies keep evolving, every organization is challenged to quickly pivot and come up to speed, work more efficiently, and in our changing world, we kind of want to deliver a value to our customers, value service, not just as an organization, but also as an individual. So in today's VUCA world, business agility becomes one of the enablers for doing this. So for our first hybrid conference, the Agile conference that we are all here today to attend, we thought sustaining business agility would be the right theme to walk us through this. Keeping that in mind, we curated a mix of diversified speakers who are experts within their organizations and in their lives, working and talking the practices of Agile in person. So with that note, I hope you will all enjoy today's line of sessions. We have a curated mix of speaker sessions, workshop, and also we have a fireside chat on the theme. And not leaving the fun element apart, we have a quiz. Like Tahseen said, please download the app and be ready to participate in that quiz. So on that note, putting on the lens of curiosity, hope you have a great learning today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Komal, for setting the conference context. Now, I request PMI PCC President, Mr. Venkat Reddy Chirla, to deliver the welcome address. Welcome.
Thank you, Vani. Very good morning, all of you. A very warm welcome to all our speakers, all our guests today, and all the delegates who are virtual and physical here. So it's a really pleasure to meet you all in this hybrid mode. As Srivani mentioned, there are many firsts for this event today. This is the first PMI PCC in this beautiful T-Hub facility we're doing, and first ever hybrid conference and first agile conference completely done by the PMIPCC volunteers here. Okay, so there, and I can keep on talking about many firsts that we are doing today. So agile, I think, no, is not new to any of us here. So it's no more an optional subject, right? It is the mainstream subject. As PMI community, whether you are a project manager, program manager, or portfolio, or a change maker, so we should embrace agile. No, we should look at how we can convert ourselves to lean agile change agents and to drive forward the business agility in your organization. So that's where exactly this event is going to help you today. And now, with the same concept in mind, we started way back. I think some of you might remember, we did a disciplined agile, with a theme of disciplined agile, unlock business agility, I think in December 2020, which was a phenomenal success. I think about more than 1,000 participants joined at the time. And starting from that time, we are continuing our focus from the chapter on agile. And we have done many knowledge sharing sessions over the last 2 years on agile and related concepts. So this is an extension to that. So in fact, we have started an agile series 2 months back, specifically focusing on the advanced agile concepts. I'm not sure how many of you part of it, which was actually received very well by members, and good participation I see in those sessions. I would like to thank all the speakers from last 2 months who helped us in this endeavor. And this is actually a precursor to this event we started, but I'm glad to announce with the response we got, so we are planning to extend this beyond this conference as well. So this will maybe with a less frequency, we are going to do it bi-weekly is what we are thinking right now, but we are planning to extend every bi-weekly there will be a session specifically on agile and agile related concepts. And of course, this conference is uniquely brought in by all the committed volunteers here. So with, of course, leadership from Komal and Vinay. And now you get to hear in depth about business agility. Business agility, by definition, looks very simple. How an organization can be agile to the changing circumstances, how effectively they can respond by innovative solutions and all that. By definition, it's simple, but by practice, it is very, very difficult. I think all of us know how organizations struggled during the time of COVID, how to, without business agility, how difficult it is to survive and continue their operations as usual. So that's where we are going to talk about right from the definition and many practices and tools that you're going to hear today, which will actually help each one of us to not only understand the business agility as a concept, but also implement and practice it. So I'll stop there right now. And thanks again for everyone for bringing this conference. Thanks all the volunteers. And I'll let over to you, Srivani. Thank you.
Thank you, Venkat, for such a warm welcome and the quick updates. Time to formally kickstart this conference with an opening message from our venerated PMI member, Dr. Srinivasan. Dr. Srinivasan is Regional MD, PMI South Asia, who needs no introduction and whose numerous PMI contribution has made us proud. May I request the support team to play his message, please?
Pearl City Chapter's Agile Conference. Namaskaram. On this special occasion of PMI Pearl City Chapter's Agile Conference, I bring you greetings from the PMI Global team and from the PMI South Asia team. The theme, Sustaining Business Agility, is very relevant in the environment that we live in. It knits together two critical aspects: how to manage projects and programs more effectively using principles of business agility, and how to keep sustainability at the core of everything we do. I hope you will benefit personally and professionally from your involvement in this conference. My compliments to PMI Pearl City chapter and its leadership team for once again showing the way on putting together cutting-edge programs. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, Dr. Srini, for your kind words and all your support to PMIPCC. Sir, in your honor, a cluster of 5 saplings have been planted at Trees for Tigers, Sundarbans National Park, West Bengal. You can track the growth of the trees using the QR code listed in the certificate. Now, we would like to request Mr. Prasanna Sampath Kumar, Region Mentor, PMI, to address the gathering. Mr. Prasanna, could you able to hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me here today, and thank you for the opportunity to address the gathering on the unique uh, event hosted by the Pearl City chapter. Pearl City chapter has always been the pioneers in introducing new things to our region, be it creating a student branch, or be it conducting a national conference, or be it conducting Yanlagiri or disciplined agile conference. They have always been the pioneers, and they are yet again doing it today with this hybrid agile conference, which I believe is the first in the region, and I'm sure many other chapters from our region will learn from them and implement that. In the welcome address, Venkat actually was talking about project managers, adopting agile and changing to agile. Actually, that reminded me of an article which I read in LinkedIn a couple of days back by Joshua Barnes. That is talking about role of a project manager in this agile world. So maybe I'll leave a interesting point from that article. The article goes on to say that generally there is no role. It is believed that there is no role for a project manager in a agile team because it consists of only scrum master, agile coach, and a product owner and team members, right? But the article believes that it is changing now. As organizations realize the benefits of improving their value streams, they need people to focus on improving the flow of value to the customers. And in addition, those people need to bring in the professionalism into adopting agile and lean ways of working. And somebody with the less experience and who has done some certification or 2-day course in agile cannot do that. Then who can do that? That's the project managers. So the project managers are one of the most well suited group to support this value delivery to the management. And the organizations are increasingly seeing project managers as value delivery managers in agile environment. And probably that's the reason we see more of hybrid projects today in most of the organization. So with this interesting thought, I wish all the best for the conference. I'm looking forward to experience this hybrid conference from the virtual mode. And thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Prasanna, for your kind words and speaking about the Scrum Masters and how we need to value our customers. Now, we are welcoming our conference keynote speaker, Mr. John Munro, Global Agile Business Transformation Lead at PMI, to speak virtually on the Sustaining Business Agility with the Agile Manifesto as your North Star. Mr. Munro is the PMI Global Agile and Business Transformation Lead. His experience with the Agile dates to 2006 while helping a prominent firm increases their time to market for a $4.5 billion online ordering system. Since then, he's worked with the leading firms to help them become self sufficient at accelerating their agile transformation by leveraging a pragmatic, principle based approach. Mr. Munro, over to you, sir.
Good morning. Sorry, let me just share my screen here quickly, and we can start. Okay. First of all, it's a great pleasure and honor to be here, and I'm looking forward to having a great conversation with everyone. And if there's questions, by all means, put them in the chat. When I was asked to do the presentation, particularly the point that really stood out to me was the part about sustainability. And I think that's an important concept. Lately, I've been thinking a lot about what makes a transformation sustainable. What makes it so that it's, I call, sticky, and how do we achieve that at the most relevant and most pragmatic way possible. And so that's really what this talk is about, is how to make it pragmatic and how to make it sticky. I decided it would be most appropriate to be able to talk a little bit about an experience that I've had personally. So this presentation then is really about a couple things. One, how we use the principle-based approach that can be most effective for an agile transformation, and what I learned about it. And to a large degree, what I'm going to talk about is what the learnings that I had from it and how that made this situation really different than any other one that we've ever been involved with. So let me give you a sense of the background.
Mr.
It was at a
Munro?
time when, yes.
One second. I'm very sorry. We are unable to see your screen. Could you please share it one more time?
Okay, one second. Can you see it now?
No. Give us a minute. Is that your program is in project extension?
I'm projecting, yes.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Munro. It's coming.
Okay, there you go. You're okay. Okay. So you should be seeing a screen that says Catalyst for Change. Yes. So let me give you a sense of the background of the scenario that happened here. So I was involved with an organization that we have been brought in to be a staff augmentation company. So this is before my joining PMI. So the organization was much like many organizations. You know, we had been brought in to do help with an ordering system that they had, and there was a 2-year, probably twice a year implementation. So basically, what we do is we do development between January and June, and then there'll be the deployment in June, and then we do development again from basically July into December. And then we would do deployment just before Christmas. So we were brought in July, and this is a team of about 10 people in total. This is for an ordering system that was by a large organization that was doing about $4.5 billion through their system. So we were brought in July, and things were rough, right? I mean, deployments were taking a long time, and they had just come off a release, and they had done a release, and they had gone in the week after that and done some work to fix it up. So we were brought in really under the auspice to increase capacity. that's where we started. And we got started and things were fine, and we continued our work until about November or so, and realized that when we got to about November, it's a time that I probably won't soon forget. We were third week of November, and we're asked to do the deployment, and it didn't go very well. So we had to back it out. This is on a Saturday evening, and we had to sort of go in the next week and fix the deployment issues, which we fixed until about Thursday, and then the next Saturday night. So now it's the first Saturday of December. We went in, did another deployment, and we released the code, and it was fine. We got it running. The next week, the bugs started to come in. We knew that was going to happen because we had always planned to have a release about 2 weeks later. And they came in, and sure enough, there was bugs, and we got those fixed up, and then they went in. So on the third, it was basically the third release. We thought to ourselves, there's got to be a better way. We were a waterfall-based organization at that time. As you can see, by starting in June, deploying in July, like most people. And we had a couple of major problems. The one was that, from the time an idea was to come to an executive, if they had an idea, for example, in, December, if their features did not get approved and ready to go by at least January, which was very unlikely. But if their very best case, they wouldn't see implementation until at least July, and usually quite later. So time to market was a really big issue. The second issue was quality. So we had this problem where I talked about the releases and how long they were taking to deploy, but that quality was really starting to build up for us. And it was really causing us an issue because it was slowing us down. So, but ultimately we came to the end of the year and we said to ourselves, and I'll never forget it, actually, we were sitting with just having, sort of wrapping up for the year. It was early December, and we said to the CIO, I don't think we can't sustain this much longer. We really need to find a different way of doing it. Now, at this time, Scrum was taking hold. Agile had already been, pretty prevalent by this point. And we decided that what we would do is we would look for an Agile approach. And so what we did was the three of us, and the team itself was broad. It was about 10 people. But our part was really myself, the solution architect, and one of our lead developers. And the three of us went on Scrum training. And it was, I live in Canada. I live about 100 miles west of Toronto. And this training happened to be in Toronto. So it was an overnight stay. So we had a chance to go the first day of the Scrum training, and our instructor had said, on the first day, we had told him the problem, and he had said that we couldn't use, they said, is everybody co-located? To which we said no. We had some people in Canada, we had some people in the United States, and we had some people offshore doing development. And so we couldn't be co-located. And then he said, and this is the part that I never forget, it was a change of trajectory of our project and also of our careers. He said, well, then you can't do Scrum. And we thought, okay, so that's a problem, because that's why we're here. But then he said, and this is the most important part, he said, but Scrum itself is a manifestation of Agile, the Agile principles and values. And it's only one manifestation of the principles and values. And so, while it couldn't be Scrum, maybe you could use those principles and values to design your own way of working. And we thought that was pretty interesting. So that night then, we got together, the three of us, we were having dinner after training. And we decided that what we would do is that we would use the Agile Manifesto to design our own way of working. And we would use it as a guide then of how we would approach the problems. That was our main thing. So however we looked at what we're going to do and the next thing that we're going to do, we'd always run them through the Agile Manifesto and look for that to validate our decisions. And we started off in a very, so we now, of course, we're very excited. We came back, we had a meeting with the CIO, and we said, we had this revelation, and we said, here we go, we're going to use, we're not going to use Scrum, but we're going to use maybe that as a base, but what we will do is we will go ahead and build our own way of working. And we said, what we need is, we would like to have some training for all of our team. We'd like to have, have more control over the type of work and how it's coming in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he said, well, we're on they're on a 12-month budget cycle. So this is December. So he said, that's not possible. We were in a matrix organization. So we couldn't affect the other members of the organization, how we were going to work together. And so we were left with effectively, yes, you could do it. Sounds like a great idea, but there's no money for training, and there's really no money there's no appetite to change the organization to make it happen. So, and by the way, we're starting the next release in about a week and a half. So that was, the reason I mentioned is because I think this is a constraint that a lot of us feel, right? And we're looking for ways of, moving forward. There's a term that we use subsequent to that is, which is really the concept of learned helplessness, right? So we could either accept it and find a way around it, or we could sit back and see if we couldn't find a way around these challenges. So we decided that we would do the very best we could with what we had. And we decided that we would do everything and guide our entire journey from January onward, and we use our North Star as the Agile principle. So the rest of this conversation is about what happened after that. So we started the project with what we had, which was just enough. And by the way, I should mention, in case this is probably maybe something we don't look at enough, is the Agile. There's the 4, which I'm sure everyone knows about, and there's the 12 principles, right? So early delivery, welcoming change requirements, even late in the process, frequent delivery, shorter is better. We collaboration. We have teams built on motivated individuals. These were all, by the way, abbreviated just so they would fit on the slide. We favor face-to-face communication. We measure progress by working in software. We believe in sustainable development. Number 9 is really important, technical excellence, because, and I'll come to that one, how that impacted us. We believe in technical excellence. We maximize work not done, which is also something that became a real lift for us. We have self-organizing teams, and we're always looking for continuous improvement. So that was our North Star, and we felt that everything we were going to do was going to be based on that. So we started with, and we took our large document that we had as far as requirements goes, and we're breaking it down, and we started. We decided the first thing we would do, pardon me, is the first thing we would do is we would time box our work. So that kind of leaned into principle 3, right? Frequent deliveries, shorter is better. We tried multiple different approaches. We felt 2 weeks was probably too short, so we moved to 3 weeks. We thought 3 weeks might work well. That didn't work as well as we thought. We then moved back to 2 weeks, but we experimented until we found something that worked. In our case, after trying multiple things, we determined that time boxed and 2 weeks was the best. That's how we started, which is a pretty easy start, right? We decided that we would do automated testing. So this was a custom built site and had a lot of really tricky ins and outs of the code, let me put it that way, and required a lot of external testing. So we decided that we would put in an automated testing framework using continuous deployment and continuous delivery. But we actually built a CDCI pipeline that went behind it to be able to accelerate it. Now, why that became important was because we knew that eventually we'd be moving so fast we wouldn't be able to test it manually. So we needed to have automated testing. So we deployed that. That really leans into number 9, which is technical excellence. So the concept that we're trying to really accelerate, well, I guess what we didn't realize at the time, we realized later, was having a system that was automated with automated testing at a high quality would actually let us go faster. And that one practice moved us about 40% faster. So that became a big lift for us. Also, we decided to, pardon me, we decided to employ a Scrum board, which gave us transparency. And that Scrum board was actually located right in front of the CIO's office. So it was a large, we had our daily stand-ups there. We were very transparent about what we were going to be doing. And every time you walked by the Scrum board, he was in full visibility as to where things were happening. Now, the other thing we did was we also, whenever we had a blocker or an issue, we would take a large post-it note, about half, about 4 inches by 5 inches, and we would put it on the board. So when he walked by, he got the concept exactly that there was a problem. And the bird sliding to the right, he could deal with it. Now, part of that has a lot to do with collaboration. Part of it has to do with work, motivated individuals. The CIO was certainly motivated, but by this time, we're about probably 2 months into things now, and he could see things moving. And if required, he would step in and help us unblock those issues. So that provided a lift as well. Now you'll notice, not one of these things gave us a big lift on its own, but they start to compound themselves and make things better. So we got to about the first 3 months, we were building things together. But remember, I'd said when we were at our training, we did not have a cross-functional team, right? We had, in December, we were in training, and the instructor said, well, if you don't have a cross-functional, can be all co-located, then you really couldn't be doing Scrum. Well, by about 3 months into it, what had happened was things were moving faster. The continuous delivery system was in place. The breaking of the work down was better. We're closer with the BA group that was out in the United States. And what happened was it became evident to everybody that we were moving much, much faster. And it raised a lot of recognition that things were different in Canada. And it was not like that anywhere else in the world for this organization. So people started to come to our team to watch. What are you doing? What are you doing differently? How is this working? Etc. And at that point, the product owners joined our team officially. They've been working with us sort of officially, but they joined us officially. And so now we had a cross-functional team. Now, at this point, we're 5-6 months into it now. Things were really now starting to hum. And that leads into, to a large degree, number 10, maximizing work not done. Because we were working closely with the business and the product owners, we were able to find ways of implementing features that became way more efficient and give them a much better sense of what we were doing, and collaborate with them to find easier ways of accomplishing the same task. So we got to about June or so, and we were doing our deployment. Now, by this time, things were moving pretty well, and we were able to do our deployment, which was on a Saturday night. We were pretty comfortable, and we were pretty sure it was going to go without any problems. It did actually go in on the first, like the Saturday that we planned the one time. It went in, and no problems. There were bugs. We did have bugs come in the next week. They went back to the team and they were released, and they were implemented, and then they went into production the following Saturday. So the most important part here is we were doing things in a small incremental improvement way. And so every week we had a little bit of, we were just trying new things. I don't know if people realize this, but most organizations, most Scrum teams at least, who are the most successful, they will make approximately 200 changes a year, 200 improvements per year. And that's really what gives them the lift. Now, they're always small changes. And in our case, it was the same way, and all guided by principles. So after about 6 months, we were getting pretty good at making changes, and the team had been together for the entire time, and so we were able to become very effective at it. Now, what happened was, what the results were effectively this. The one was that attrition rate fell, so it became less of a chaotic mess that we'd had before. And we had high levels of engagement. So for example, we talk about doing the automated testing and the automated regression testing. The code itself needed a lot of work. There's a lot of technical debt. So what we had done was, to give you an example, we had created games with all of the team, like a leaders board almost, who wrote, the highest number of test cases when they had extra time, when they could do that through the week, to be able to automate the code. So what we did is we would get together usually, about 11 o'clock in the morning, sort of count the leaderboard, and we would normally either go down to the staff cafeteria or go for lunch or something that would, sort of recognize the person. So it was all done in a fun way. But attrition, so team morale, we built a team, actually. That was the most important part, and the morale increased significantly. And we got our weekends back, right? Because now we're at a point where, particularly by the time we got into about November of the next year, we were very confident that we could deploy our updates without any concern about they were going to be broken, etc. Well, we got to the point where we would, at the end of every day, that evening, we would completely do a virtual build of our entire system, run all the automated tests through, and so the next day we would get the results and make the fixes. We also brought on another team to help us who was outside of Canada, and the same thing, we would run through a regression test with all their code as well. And so we knew that things were of very high quality, and we knew confidently that when we came to deployment, it would go in, it wouldn't be a problem. We did not get to the point of doing kind of a push button mid-course release. We did bug fixes for sure, but that not in the first year. We didn't get that organizational confidence yet. But what it did mean was that when Christmas came around the following year, we were confident. But when we got to November, and that was kind of that second day. I was talking about when I started, we were able to deploy without any hitches the first weekend that we went in. We didn't spend a lot of money. I mean, we did not spend a lot of money on training. We did not spend a lot of money on tools. We did not spend a lot of money on consulting help, etc. We were able to do this because we kept going back to the principles. We learned the principles, we practiced the principles, and all of our decisions went through the principles. And so it became very sticky. And this is the part, and that's why I brought this in this example for tonight, or for today rather, because it has to be sustainable. And for it to be sustainable, it needs to be a habit. And for it to be a habit, I believe, has to be done several times and guided by principles. And that's how we approach this. The nice thing about Agile is that these principles are widely available. And anybody can go to the internet and look for them. There's a lot of references to software for sure, but can be modified quite simply for just taking the word software and putting in your product or project that you're working on. So it became sticky and sustainable. And the other thing was, from the time to market perspective, from the time an idea came into an executive's head until the time went into production, could be as little as 6 weeks. So our time to market went from not 6 months, best case, to 6 weeks, which obviously was one of our obviously one of the goals from the business side, and that was great. But it was also one of the other sort of benefits that we, as a team, we saw the ones that were above it. This became a big deal because time to market, because this application serviced it was $4 billion site. It serviced everywhere in the world except the United States. It had multiple tax jurisdictions in it, and currencies, etc. So it was a big deal, particularly from a fine perspective, so kind of a regulatory perspective. So it became a big deal, but also it changed the game for how they approached their business and made a big difference for them. So what did I learn? And to a large degree, why I'm at PMI. I learned, first thing is this: mindset matters. And it matters throughout the organization. I mean, I get that, but it also matters in the team. And in our case, we were very fortunate because we had a team that was very motivated to change. We were feeling the pain, that was for sure. So mindset matters. If I was doing it again, what I would do is I would lean towards the PMI Brightline material for mindset, because it talks about principle-based leadership, which I think is and that's an important part of it. And I would, you look at the transformation, OT online, not an expensive course, but it does give you a good sense of it. The second thing is principles work. Focus on principles. They work. They simplify how you do the transformation. There's only 4 values and 12 principles. Have them as in our case, we keep them as your North Star. I think it makes a big difference. And I would stick with the Agile Manifesto. For anyone who's got the version, the PMBOK 7 version of the PMP knows that the Agile Manifesto is supported within that material, and that holds true for all of our thinking around project management as an Agile perspective. So the Agile Manifesto, just focus on that. And I'm with the DA brand. I'm also with the Brightline brand. But the other part is, principles come from everything above it. Okay, so they come at the bottom, right? So have choice for practices. Now, when we did it, we used the DA later. But if I was doing it again, I would bring in the PMI Discipline Agile Practice Guide, or the DA toolkit, etc. That's what we would use. That would help you get there faster, because it brings everybody together in terms of what the principles, part of the practices could be in a given situation. As you probably know, or maybe you don't, the Discipline Agile is designed around outcomes. So it's all about outcomes, right? How do I form a team? How do I land enterprise direction? What are my considerations for accelerating value delivery, etc. So I would have used those. If I was doing it again, I would recommend to someone to look at that, so it would accelerate you and get everybody on the same page faster. And that was really it. So that's the conclusion of the talk that I wanted to give today. I hope you found that valuable. I just think that I've seen lots of different transformations since the time this one's happened, and in my role with PMI, I speak to a lot of people who are doing transformations partway through and or finishing. And what I see is that there's a lot of focus on practices first. So a lot of focus on Scrum. I love Scrum, but you don't sort of start with Scrum, right? You start with principles, but I see a lot of focus on people getting really wrapped around the axle on, how do I make these particular frameworks work in a particular way? And I think that's really holding us back. I really do. I think if we just sort of just remember that, these frameworks came from somewhere. And if we just, all of us would just, take a moment to reflect back on the beginnings of this, and then use that as our North Star and keep that in mind as we make our decisions. You see a lot of things on LinkedIn and other places where people are, sort of defending one framework for another. It shouldn't be about that. To make it sustainable, we have to be going back to back to principles and then going from there. So thank you very much. Back.
Principle-based approach. What an excellent start to this Agile conference, isn't it? Thank you, Mr. Monroe, for emphasizing how the Agile Manifesto is the Bible for business agility. We now open the floor for the questions. We will start with our in-person attendees while we collate the questions from our online participants.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. John. That was a very insightful session. My question is about how these agile principles can be adopted to the engineering projects. Very specific to the 12 points that North Star principle, which you have explained. So I myself, I'm from Jacobs Engineering. I head the India aviation business. And we extensively use these project management principles on our projects. So I'm more keen to learn from you as well as my co-participants how these agile principles can be adopted to the engineering projects. And especially with my experience, I have seen early and continuous delivery, welcoming the change requirements, and frequent delivery. These are all some areas where we feel that can be used on these projects, but it will be very good to hear from you based on your experience and the global solutions that you have been providing to multiple organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. I think if I had to say where to start, where the best place to start to begin with is, I would say just think of it, and this came from Elijah Goldratt, right, in his book The Goal, and I would suggest that's I'm sure most people here have read it. It's a great book on systems thinking. So when I'm asked this question, I normally point right back to that material and to say, Elijah Goldratt talks a lot about if we take any problem that we have, right, and if we break the work into smaller chunks, so make the batch sizes smaller, or as small chunks as we possibly can, that's usually all that's required. Like, this is a direct quote from him, by the way. It says that's usually all that's required to maintain or to gain back system flow. So that's, without knowing this, without really getting a lot of specifics about it, that's where I would start. So the way we did it was, think of like you're making coffee, okay, and you have a coffee filter. Well, the way I put it was, imagine that coffee filter, instead of holding coffee, held the Agile values and principles. And so as a team, we would be faced with a problem, and as a team come up with some ideas of how to solve it. But before we implemented, it's almost like those ideas kind of went through that coffee filter of, like out of the values and principles, and at the bottom it was kind of like a pure, purify is not the right word, but a solution that had given insights into, had validated through those principles. So that's really all I can say on that topic. It's just, break the work, use like a Legion Gold, I said, break the work down and then just really validate your decisions. Just take that extra few minutes as a team and go through and say, have we really maximized the principles? I hope that helped.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe. There is a question on the similar lines. Is North Star principles applicable only for IT projects? It's by Mr. Henry on the conference.
I don't think so. And I'll give you an example. There's an organization that I deal with in Toronto. They build condos. Their name is, there's two organizations actually in Toronto. That one builds condos and one builds government buildings. So they built a hospital that I was involved with. So this is in Toronto. It was a $2 billion hospital, and they call it a P3, which you're probably familiar with that, where it's a partnership between the hospital, a funder, and a construction company. And the problem they had was it was a $2 billion build, so big build. This hospital had to be up and running in 2.5 years, which is extremely quickly. So they came to us and said that they needed to think differently. They just had to be thinking to do this in a different way to hit these numbers, to hit the dates. And by the way, for every day they were late, the fine was $165,000. So and they came to us and said, how could we be doing this differently? And we said, well, could you get enough information to build the exterior of the building while you're building out and designing the rest of the building on the inside. So they knew on the floors where things were going to be. Like they knew, for example, emergency was going to be on the first floor, and et cetera, and that's what they did. So we collectively decided that we would put an on-site design team with a customer on-site as well, and they would be literally, they were designing the second floor of the hospital, what the rooms were going to be. They knew what rooms are going to be in the second floor, but the configurations were yet to be determined. But they were literally designing that with the customer as they were, building the first floor was being, completed while they were doing the second one. And they ended up, after that was all done, they started a whole division called, the company was called PCL out of Edmonton. And it's called Agile PCL, so Agile Construction. And then another one, it's kind of an offshoot of it, also in Toronto. And they did exactly the same thing, did the same model and moved it that way. So I think you can use it. Certainly, I've seen it work in construction. I've seen it work, obviously, in IT. So those two places for sure. I think the big part is, can we get people to give up the comfort of perceived certainty and then be able to take to overcome that, what some people perceive as a risk? Because moving, it feels risky, right? I'm not sure in the hospital's case, I'm not sure what my second floor will look like while I'm building my first floor. So that does make some people uncomfortable, but that uncertainty, the feeling of uncertainty can sometimes be a false positive. So you can use it in multiple industries for sure. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. There is an interesting question online. In Agile, lack of vision of what the final product looks like in each sprint and no final end, how do we define vision to team in Agile?
Yeah, if we don't know what the end result will look like completely at all, how do we be out? Yeah, well, that's a great question, and I'm not sure I have a great answer to that, other than to say, for the most part, a lot of the work that we do in Agile is iterative development. Okay, so we're taking a core idea and building it out. That's, for the most part, that's what we're doing. There's a few cases where we're looking at brand new things that we've never done before. So A good example of something completely, when things went completely the other way, was Instagram, right? Instagram was supposed to be purely a location finder for pictures. No one ever thought in a million years that it would become what it is today. So if they could never have that vision when they started, because the vision of the product didn't even exist until it was actually being created. They learned it by the data. So, but not most aren't like that. Most are iterative and incremental delivery, right? So we're building on an idea, like I talked about with the case study that we were involved with. So that's all. I mean, the data has to drive everything for sure. So I would say that for those cases where you don't know what the vision is going to be with, you really got to be comfortable with uncertainty, I guess, and be able to read the data and get excited about the learnings that you'll have as you go, because otherwise it'll be a difficult ride for sure. So sorry, back to you.
Thank you. We just have time for one more question. Anybody here present having any question?
Yes, one thing that interests me is you mentioned that agile application it reduced the attrition rate. Like attrition feel. I think attrition fell in the project. So I see you are at PMI Agile strategy making. Have you ever thought of creating a global volunteering initiative? How do we improve the or reduce the attrition in all the components using agile principles internally in PMI component architecture? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a great question. I have actually. I have, and I would, and probably wouldn't be this year. But yeah, I believe so. I think that there's an opportunity to build through the PMI network, a user group of like-minded individuals that want to move that forward. There was a message in the chat about senior leadership. I noticed that as well. I think that the part that we still need to really work on. This is all about agile. When I talk about agile here, but you notice when I was talking also that we had the issues with senior leadership, right? There's they couldn't, not they didn't want to move, they simply couldn't move. So I think where we're going here is to the point of what I call principle-based leadership, where we're able to use, we'll put, and I can see that happen with PMI with Brightline, moving executives in that frame of mind about, if you look at the Brightline material, we talk a lot about flat organizations, small self-directed teams, pushing the decisions lower, from into the team level, self-organizing, etc. And I think when we get to that point, it's going to make a big lift on how we perceive and how we move forward with Agile. I think, to me, we've spent a lot of time in this industry focused on the teams, a lot of time on the teams. We haven't spent enough time on really business agility with moving things across. I would say also, first of all, I'm a big fan of the PMP, big fan. And so I would say that the PMP, PMBOK 7 is moving that way as well. And so maybe there's more leaders who have taken the PMBOK 7 and that exam move into those positions. I think it'll be much easier to propel that as well. So that's hope that helps. Sorry, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Munro, for responding to the answers. And now, before you leave, sir, we would like you to know that as a token of appreciation and in your honor, a cluster of 5 saplings has been planted at Trees for Tigers, Sundarban National Park, West Bengal. A QR code provided in your certificate will help you track the growth of these trees. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
With this strong foundation laid out, let us move forward to our next topic, Sustaining the Transformation, by Mr. Dave McMahon. Mr. Dave has joined us from California, USA. His EVP Application Development, PennyMac Loan Services, who is present virtually with us today. Mr. Dave McMahon has led the Agile transformation within Fannie Mae and DBS Consumer Bank, and he is currently leading the Agile transformation at PennyMac. Looking forward to your session, sir. Over to you. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect.
Would you be sharing your screen?
Let me see if I can, and I will.
Sure. Team, please give us a few moments. As you know, we are doing it in hybrid mode for the first time. So, we fail fast, we'll course correct.
Oops. Can you see it?
Not yet.
Still says it's conducting on my side.
Is there any other setting that he's presenting already? Not here.
Oops. Can you see it yet? Okay, so they can see it.
Yeah, it's popping up now.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe you're on video as well or not?
I hope so, but I can't tell.
No problem. We can't see you actually.
So should I go ahead and get started?
Please.
Can you see me?
Not yet. The
Not
screen is
yet.
black.
Okay.
I think that's okay. We can move forward.
Okay. So there I am.
We can see you now.
Perfect.
Fresh. Over to you, sir.
Okay. There we go. So thank you so much for the PMI in Hyderabad. I have a personal feeling of closeness to Hyderabad. I spent a little bit of time there a couple of years ago, and as I was working with DBS. Today, I think you'll hear a lot of actually common themes with what John just talked through. And so we'll talk a little bit about it from a little different perspective. A little bit about me, and thank you so much for the introduction. I'm not going to really hit on that much more, but just my background. I've spent my introduction to Agile was back in 2001. It was actually pre the word Agile. It was actually XP. Was my introduction. Agile came out right about the same time as I got introduced to Agile. I spent a lot of time around Agile for a while, and then ended up at Fannie Mae. And at Fannie Mae, if you don't know, Fannie Mae is a large organization in the U.S. In our mortgage market. And there we were about a 6,000 person IT shop, 12,000 people overall. And I led the Agile transformation at Fannie Mae. I then took a year off of work and then ended up going to DBS at the consumer bank. I led the Agile transformation there for a year. Unfortunately, COVID hit right in the middle of it, and I ended up having to come back to the US because of COVID. So I had to leave DBS Bank. And when I came back here, I kind of relocated to California, and I now lead Agile transformation for the last couple of years at PennyMac, which is a mid-size mortgage company out of California. So that's a little bit about my history, just to put it in. And what I thought I would do today is talk a little bit about kind of my experiences leading Agile in several different organizations that are very, very different. But I think there's some common themes around how we get Agile to really sustain itself inside an organization. And so that's really what I'm going to talk through is what do you look for? What are kind of some key traits to enabling it to sustain itself? And how do we kind of fit in as change leaders ourselves? So with that, I wanted to start off and just kind of set the stage a little bit. Agile, in some ways, is kind of a devil you know and a devil you don't. If you think back, not too long ago, nobody would have really questioned about Agile. Today, though, we talk about Agile and we talk about it being, the wave of the future. Yet transformations actually fail a lot, and they're failing a lot more now. I think because a lot more companies are actually trying to do it. And I just went on Google and pulled up a bunch of little articles over the last couple years. But you look at this and you see, on the left, a huge effort in England. It fails. And the bottom line, I think, was what was most telling on it. All these, of course, can be summed up as Agile failures. And it was a $2.4 billion loss in a UK project. If you look at Jeff Sutherland, he quotes some insights coming out of the MIT Management Review and Forbes. 47% of Agile transformations fail. And I would actually guess it's higher than that. But we are failing. Forbes came out with an article not too long ago that said the end of Agile. From a business perspective, we have some successes, but we have a lot of failures right now. And so there's a lot of challenges. What troubles me potentially even more is these comments on the right. Agile development is one of the worst concepts ever to exist in software. And that was written by a developer, right? Agile 2, a book by Cliff Berg, a close friend of mine, and he wrote an entire book with several other people on the challenges of Agile and how Agile needs to be rethought because it's not working well for the developers. And so, and he talks about how it's kind of lost its way. And I think one of the challenges we see in Agile today is it has kind of started to lose its way a little bit, or potentially lose its way. But the challenge is we do know that Agile can be really, really good. These are actual real stats coming out of Fannie Mae when I was there. By the end of 2018, so it was a 4-year transformation at that point. At the end, we had 215 teams. Today, they have about 400, I was told just the other day. Of those 215 teams, though, the measures that Fannie Mae realized, our primary metric was around customer referral score. And when we first started measuring it at the beginning of the process, we were scoring around 40 percentile, 30 percentile, 40 percentile, depending on which survey we looked at. We had an external party come and do that with our customers to see how they would deal with us. By the end of this, we were at a 90th percentile. That's more than just what Fannie Mae did from an Agile software development. That was an Agile company. But that was the metric we saw. When you look about employee satisfaction, this was really a technology employee satisfaction score. If you looked at that score, we would run our employee satisfaction once a year, every year. On average, the business side of the company would score around 85, 86, whatever given day it was. It'd be right about the mid 80s. Technology consistently scored about 20 percentage points lower. So technology would be in the high 60s, maybe even high 50s sometimes. By the end of this, our IT actually outscored. We scored an 86 percentile, and that was higher than what our business scored on that year's survey. When we measured our productivity, and this we had an automated tool that actually helped us measure it. We looked at like teams, like size, actually same code base, and we just looked at them before Agile and after Agile. We saw a 30% improvement in productivity in the first year. The second year, we actually had an incremental 12% on top of that, and it has continued to increase as Fannie Mae has gotten more experience as they've gone along. And that same tool actually helped us measure code quality. And after the first year, we saw a 50% improvement in our code quality, and that also improved. I think these metrics are really important because they talk to the value proposition that Agile brings to an organization. And it talks across the board on it. And to be successful, this is what we're trying to achieve. But we compare that to the slide I just said before, where there's some questions about how successful is this Agile transformation? So I stepped back and I said, what are the foundations? What are the foundations that enable us to actually be successful? And to actually have a change that is lasting. And I came up kind of centered around 5 different key aspects of an organizational change that's really important if we want to get Agile to be sustained in an organization and live there and last there, and not become bureaucratic and not become and not kind of be deemed as a failure. These are core components I believe are essential to enabling a successful and a sustainable Agile transformation. And so the first one is fear. And we'll talk a lot about each of these, but fear may be a little bit provocative, but it's really driving change in the organization. You have to have leadership. And leadership is something that Agile really doesn't speak a lot about. We talk a lot about self-organization. We talk about a lot of other areas of it. But leadership, to me, if we're going to get it lasting and sustainable, leadership is core. We need to measure outcomes. John talked a little bit about that. And he talked a little bit about some of the outcomes he had. We'll talk a little bit more about this. He also talked about mindset, and I would agree. We need to focus on the mindset. We need to focus on the values that we talk about over the process. Because our core is how do we get the organization to buy into it and actually to figure out how to work in an Agile way, not how to follow a process that we call Agile. And then the last one is we do need to automate everything. And we need to make that investment. We need to make that investment consistently. And I think that's one of the big flaws that a lot of companies don't think of. And we'll talk to those. So that's essentially the 5 core things that I wanted to dive into. And what I'll do is I'll dive into each one of these, and I'll kind of give examples of how that penetrated into several of the different organizations I've been working at. So the first one is fear, right? You need to the organization needs to have a reason to change. And I thought back to myself. And about a year ago, I moved out to California. I picked up my whole family. I'd been at PennyMac for a year. I found that I really liked the people. I liked the environment. Thought we could make some good things happen. And I picked up my family and moved across the United States. So 3,000 miles. I forget how many kilometers that is. I can't do the math fast enough. Probably 4,500 to maybe 5,000 kilometers. Moved across our country and settled down. And as I'm in this new house, we're in the middle of the pandemic, and we're just kind of coming through the pandemic, and people say, hey, come on in. Let's go into the office if you want to. Don't have to yet because we're still kind of in that zone. But if you can, come in the office. I had moved all the way across country so that I could go and meet people and meet the people of the organization, especially our leadership team. And I'm sitting down the second week after being here, and the first thing I realize is I'm still sitting in my office in my house, sitting on my Zoom calls, talking to everybody. I hadn't changed. And it took me a second to kick myself in the tail end to say, you know what? You made this change on yourself, then you better change. But it really comes down to, unless there's a motivating factor to change, there's really no reason to change. And if there's no reason to change, people won't. They will continue to try. They'll play lip service to some of the thinking in Agile. They'll pay lip service to some of how we do it, but they won't change. And I thought I thought, kind of looking back at the changes that we had, and how kind of fear, or at least a platform to drive the change, is really essential. At Fannie Mae, we had gone through the housing crisis. Fannie Mae is kind of a key player in the mortgage industry. The housing crisis in 2008 in the U.S. and kind of rippled through the whole world, from a financial recession perspective and everything. Fannie Mae had a very much an existential fear of, does Fannie Mae even have a role to play in the mortgage industry? Is this company going to be around in 10 years? And there were lots of people trying to say, hey, let's get rid of Fannie Mae altogether. We don't want it. We don't need it. Fannie Mae looked back at it, said, how do we exist in the future? And we came up with the mindset that Fannie Mae A is really important to it. But B, the only way we're going to be able to be an essential player in this mortgage market is if we become very, very customer centric. And so as we talk this story for the rest of this thing, keep in mind the reason why Fannie Mae changed was because we had to be customer centric. Everything had to rotate around the customer. And Agile meant, the customer needed something. We need to be reactive and be able to react quickly with changes in our product and what we were delivering to our customer in a very fast way. That's how we became customer centric. That model of focus on fear permeated the entire organization. That's what motivated people to change. It wasn't a fear that we were going to go lose our jobs, but we had a reason to change, and everybody in the whole company focused on that. If you looked at DBS was a little bit different. DBS was, when I joined DBS, it had been rated the #1 in the world, I think 3 or 4 years in a row. Now, it was a highly successful bank, very, very much well respected across the world, yet it still needed that reason to change. If it didn't have a reason to change, it wasn't going to change. At DBS, we had this big fear about online banks and the non-traditional financial services coming in and eating away our businesses, like Grab and some of the online banks. And so for us, our big reason to drive change throughout the organization, and this went from the top to the bottom, everybody was focused on, we've got to become an agile organization, because these new startups are going to eat our lunch if we are not able to react more quickly, or at least as quickly as them, in order to protect our brand and protect our business from them. Fear, call it a burning platform. We need some motivation to change that the entire organization recognizes and feels. And if we don't have that, it's very difficult to drive change. It's going to be sustainable over time. And we'll talk, and because change will at times seem hard, and when it gets hard is when you need that unifying force. So fear is the first thing I think has to be there in order to have it sustainable. Some motivation to change. It doesn't have to be fear, but it has to be some motivation that everybody in the organization buys into and aligns to. The second thing is you have to have leadership. It's not, we talk a lot about bottom up, and we talk about teams, and we talk about how everything fits together, but at some level, it will not be successful if your leadership is not on board. And I mean, not just paying lip service, but it has to be actively on board. And that is that really is, you can only, to my mind, you can only be successful up to the point where that leader is that's driving that change. If it's a CIO level, fantastic. You can make a change across a lot of it. If it's a CIO and the COO and the CEO, then you can change the whole organization. If it's only the head of data, then that's as far as you're going to be able to get that change to. So you need to have that leadership. At Fannie, our CIO was very active in driving our change. And it was interesting because he talked about, to give an example, he would meet with all my coaches, and I had about 30 coaches at one time, as across the organization. But he would meet with them, and one of the things we were finding challenges in was kind of that old date-driven development, and we had to get this data and it had to move in, and we're like, it's really challenging the teams, because all of a sudden, some of that technical excellence and some of that other stuff starts to go away in order to drive to this date. And it was driven by either internally our business or our technology leadership, and it really didn't matter much. But he came in and he said, you know what, we have 27 different initiatives being the company. Only one of those has a date. Only one. Everything else doesn't have a date. And if you hear anybody say there's a date, you tell me and I will make sure that gets corrected. And then he immediately, right after that, sent out an email to his entire leadership team and said, there are no dates except for this one project. And if I hear there's a date, no, we're going to have a little conversation. Within about 2 weeks, dates were no longer our problem. But he led more than just that. He also came down and we would have quarterly sessions where he would sit down in front of all kind of the leadership, director and higher, and he would talk to us about what we were driving towards and where we were going. And he sat down very early on in this change, and he talked about the change for him. And he made it very personal. And he said, look, I'm the CIO, but this is a fundamental change to how I behave. And it's so important to me that I have gone out and I've hired a personal coach to teach me how to be more agile in my leadership. And so and what it did is it gave the leadership across the board the opportunity to hear that change was important and change was going to happen. Right? So Fannie Mae, you hear that type of experience. In DBS led it in a little bit different way, but at the same time, at DBS we had a major program. It was well behind schedule and very much struggling. We ended up going in and rescuing that and bringing Agile in, but she's the one who came in and drove that change. She's the one who sat down and said, you know what, we're going to do it Agile. Do it the way that Dave wants. But then she actually came in, and for the first month, she sat down with every single Scrum Master. This is a person that ran a 3,000 person organization. Yet every single day for about a half hour, she sat down with the Scrum Masters of that one team. What were you experiencing? What were some of the challenges? If you talked about a blocker in the organization, she called the people right up, and that blocker was dealt with that immediately. What are we going to do? How are we going to deal with that blocker? Let's get it out of there so we get moving forward. It set the tone. It set the tone for the organization. It set the tone that we were going this way, and it demonstrated her active leadership. And I think that's what's really important, is not just the lip service, but it's the active leadership that's really important to make a sustainable change. The next thing I think is really important is to measure the outcomes. We spend a lot of time measuring things in Agile, right? We measure story points, we measure sprint velocity, we measure defects coming out, we measure all sorts of stuff. We measure the average time of a story point. We measure how many, when we're talking about transformations, we measure how many people we've trained, we measure how many classes we've delivered, we measure how many certifications we get. We measure all this stuff, but that's not important. Those are not important for the organization. To be sustainable, we have to go back and get the metrics that are driving the organization to the cause for why we are actually trying to become agile. So I talked about in Fannie Mae how the organization needed to become more agile. And we said to be surviving in the business, we needed to be more customer centric, right? So take a step back. Every day we would go, or not every day, about every 6 months or so, our CIO would go out to every single one of our clients, and we were a business to business type of business. So he'd go and talk to the major mortgage companies inside the United States. He'd sit down with the CIO, he'd pull out his 100-page deck, he'd sit there and he'd start to fly through this thing. And he'd say, oh, look at how great Fannie Mae is for you. And he'd pull up the first one and say, look, here's the application that one of the applications you use. We told you it was going to be up 99.99% time, and we've made all of our up times, and we've had no defects, and we released these new features for you. And then this application came up, and with this one, we had a 5 nines uptime promise to you, and we met that promise. And so great. And he's like, we would go through this deck for 3 hours. And at the end of the meeting, we'd all kind of shake hands, we'd smile at each other. And I'm like, this was just boring. And not only boring, but I could tell that the CIO for our customers were like, eh. And then I'd get back on the plane, I'd fly back to Washington, D.C., and sit down. And the first thing I would hear about is how bad Fannie Mae's technology was. And I'm like, how could it be so bad? I just walked you through an entire 100-page deck of all the measures that we were doing and how good we were about what we were delivering. And he said, one day I had to take a step back and think, from my customer's perspective, what was important? He's like, you know what? The question that I had was not how each application was, but from our customer, what was the most important thing? And in this case, it was, how many times is one of our systems down? And you know what? When we actually looked at that, we didn't go a day without one of the systems that our customers trying to use went down for at least some part of that day. Not one day. And that became our metric. So it wasn't all these myriad of technology metrics. It became the number of consecutive days that the customer did not experience across any system inside of Fannie Mae an impact to their business. And when we first started to work on that, we were at 1 day, 0 days, whatever. By the time when I left Fannie Mae, we were at 156 days, consecutive days, without one system going down that impacted our customers' business. That meant an entire thing inside of Fannie Mae about our architecture. We had to become much more resilient in our architectures. We had to build stuff that could fail gracefully. We had to do a lot better automation testing. We had to do a lot better regression testing. We had to get much better data and test data and stuff like that. It drove a lot of behaviors throughout, but that became our guiding star. And that is what I mean when we talk about measuring outcomes. It's what's the impact to what you're driving to get to. At DBS, we had a little bit different problem. In this case, it was first and foremost a program, not organizational at this point. And in that case, our big focus was on how do we get transparency into the work that's being done and how predictability. Because at that point, the business and the technology, the business did not trust technology at all. And so in this case, we talked a lot about transparency, a lot about predictability. And that became the focus of everything we did. That became what our primary metrics were at that point in time. Eventually, we became more around other metrics that start to talk about feature delivery. John talked about average time from the time an idea comes in to the time you get it out in product. That's a great metric for really driving the focus and getting the focus in terms that business really say make a difference for them. From a transformation perspective, that's the key, is we've got to get those metrics that are important for our business. Not necessarily, we need the other ones to talk about to us about how we're doing, but ultimately, if we aren't measuring the outcomes in ways that impact the business, this thing's not going to be successful. It's not going to be sustainable over time. The next thing I would like to talk about is, John talked a little bit about it as well, is mindset over process. I think too often we end up focusing on process. I have it actually happened last week. We're going into a new area of PennyMac, and one of the senior technical leaders came in and she said, Dave, you know what? She's not going to tell she doesn't like Agile because, she's talking to the Agile transformation guy. So she can't say that. But she says, I love this Agile stuff. But, it's all we do is meetings and meetings and meetings. And all the people are rule followers. They don't, all I want to do is get things done. And Agile is just slowing me down. And there's some aspects of truth in what she's talking about. It is it is very easy for people to start to focus on process intentions around safe as an example, and Scrum of Scrums, but mostly Marv Safe and Marv some of the other ones. They go in and they give you an answer, and they tell you how to do your work. So when you're coming in and you're in Safe and you have a problem, what do? Oh, let me pull up the guides into Safe and they'll give me an answer. And I love Safe because it is probably the most well documented, and Dad, the same thing. Those two things are exceptionally well documented. They give me a ton of information. But if I don't teach the group about how to solve the problem, how to come up with an answer, they start to follow the process over really the mindset that we're trying to get to. So they don't become Agile, they become much more, hey, I gotta, what do I do? I'm trying to get this UI. Well, it says put a UI team in here, so I gotta get my UI team. Oh, and I have this little bit of DevOps stuff. Oh, get a DevOps team, put that. And next thing you know, you have a big organization. Some of those things may very well be key. Some of those things may very well be important. But the mindset says, how do I do it lean? How do I do it agile? How do I solve my own problems, right? And let me do some research, but how do I customize that work to fit my environment? The challenges inside of PennyMac and the approach at PennyMac was very different than the approach at DBS. And actually, both those are very different than the approach at PennyMac. Fannie Mae approached the challenge from the perspective of we're going to go process, and we were focused on process. Some of the automation we brought in early on was around test automation or test data automation, and a couple of other things, but we really did process first, and then we brought technology in after. DBS started with technology first, and it was very much an architecture driven adoption type of thing, and then we started bringing process into how do we start to migrate into that. PennyMac is kind of a little bit in the middle of both those two areas. But the core is, for me, Agile is around, if I had to sum it down into one really quick sentence, Agile is around teaching people to become independent problem solvers and to do those problems in a lean, quick fashion so that you can get that sense of urgency, so you can get that stuff through. The challenge as you go through this mind is this balance between the messiness that having this uncertainty around it has, with the niceness of having Safe that says, oh, here's your answer. You got a problem? Here's your answer. Here's what it is. That safety net is really, really nice and simplifies the transformation efforts, but it doesn't get the mindset in place. If you spend too much time on the mindset, then you, at the expense of spending time in the process, then you're going to have so much noise that the organization will give up on it. And so the art of the transformation is kind of balancing mindset and process. I put mindset over process because I think we tend to err towards process. It's easier to understand. But it really is that balance and knowing when to focus on mindset and how to bring process in support and in conjunction with that, within that process as you go forward. The last area I think is really essential is automate everything. And what I mean by that is, over the last 10 years, we've come up with the cloud. We've really become API focused. We've become DevOps and kind of our pipeline. And the continued investment, a real heavy investment in making sure that you're automating it all, is what will enable you to achieve your business values as you go forward. And what I see is there is a risk around this. As you start to become pressure focused and you start to become more able to react against business drivers and business demands, those demands never cease. You can never ever satiate all the demand that is out there, right? And it's almost too easy for the organization to start to give up on some of this automation in order to meet the next new feature, the next new product, the next new idea that came out and is going to drive us in that next big business. Keeping the focus on automation as you go through your transformation is really, really essential. And so that's the next part of automation, that you have to maintain that focus. So as I think about it, there's really 5 areas that I think of are essential. You have to have that drive, that need for change. You have to have that passion for change, that leadership that starts at the top and gives you that umbrella of safety to allow the teams to mature and to change. You need to focus. You need to get your metrics that align to why you're changing and can demonstrate the progress you're making towards those things. And those may change over time, but you need to make sure you're always focusing on what the business value is that you're actually delivering. You need to make sure your mindset is in place so that you're not just focused on the process and of transformation and change, but you're actually focused on what the value proposition, again, that you're trying to get to is there, and keeping that mindset in place. And then the continued automation in everything. The transformation to me is a very long and winding road, right? And as you go through, your drive, your vision may be that knob way out in the horizon, and you can't even see it, but the road, you know where that's going, and you can see kind of where you're going right now. But as you go through this transformation, there's going to be times when it's very clear, like it is at the start of this road. But then it's going to go behind this hill, and you're not going to even be able to see where you're trying to go for a little while. And then you go pop up a little bit later on, and you're going to start to wind away and start to drift off. And that knob becomes no longer your direction. It becomes, you actually want to go to a different place, a different mountain somewhere out in the distance. As you evolve, as you learn to go, keeping your values, keeping your direction, keeping your ultimate vision is what will sustain you when you start to go down those winding curves, when you start to go behind that mountain and you can't see where you're going. If you don't have that core support, those 5 factors, that's when it starts to fail. If you keep that core of why we're doing it, if you keep that passion about why we're changing and how you're doing it, that leadership stays engaged, because you have that fear and you have that common vision. If you keep your metrics talking about it consistently about how you're achieving it, and then you get your mindset and you get your automation in place, that's why a transformation stays sustainable over time. You lose some of those, your transformation is going to start to stop and you're going to fail. And maybe you'll be able to start a new one again in a couple of years, but that's the driver. So that's, in a summary, kind of what I've learned over the last 7-8 years of leading transformations, and just kind of my thoughts about what's really important as you go forward, driving change and driving transformation. With that, if there are questions.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Dave McMahon, for sharing your knowledge with us. Your session was very informational and we had valuable takeaways for us. So, and thank you very much for staying late night and addressing us, sir. So now the floor is open for questions. Yeah. And please make sure the questions needs to be in a crispy way so that
Thank you. Hello. Uh, Hi, Dave. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. My question is, I was when you are been explaining us this 5 ingredients. I do not understanding that at one ingredient you're talking about the mindset over process, and at the
Mhm.
end of ingredient you're talking about automated everything. So when we do automated everything, automation comes with the processes. So you have a processes, those things or results start getting you in automated things. So
Yes.
how do you connect this mindset over process versus automated everything? Thanks.
So I think you automate it, which you're actually right. You automate the areas that aren't that are your development processes. You automate your test cycles as much as possible because that's what gives you your agility. And so when you look at how you're weighing it from a process perspective, I want to automate my stuff that's going to make me go faster, enable me to go faster. What I don't want to focus on, what I want to keep the process around. So if you think about um, you know, Scrum talks about the 4 ceremonies. It talks about how you're supposed to do the work and where it goes, how it flows through. To me, it's really important to understand why we are doing those ceremonies and why why we're doing those ceremonies. And it's really important to make sure the people involved understand why those ceremonies are there and to potentially change those ceremonies or not do those ceremonies if you can accomplish the mission for why you're doing it in a different way. And so it has to do more with around the agility. When I talked around what this technology leader in the shop said, everybody's just focused on rigid process of Scrum or focused on the rigid process of SAFe. You have to have this PI event. We found the PI event wasn't necessary when we did a part of our organization in Fannie Mae. I had Go Safe. The rest of the organization, I did not have Go Safe. I let them go more of a Scrum of Scrums type of scaling approach. And we dealt with friction between the two organizations. But part of the reason why was Safe. We did in our back end systems where they had to support lots of areas and had to be a little bit more predictable in how they were going to evolve. Safe gave us that foundation, but it's not as agile and not as flexible as if you really go into a Scrum of Scrums approach. So our customer centric side, we allowed to go very much Scrum of Scrums, and in there, yeah, we had a base. We used Scrum as our foundation, but we change our daily stand-ups. We don't necessarily do planning at the start of every sprint. We actually do multiple planning events throughout the Scrum cycle. We found that to be more flexible in certain teams. Other teams doing that one planning event at the beginning really helped. That's when I talk about kind of the flexibility. It's understanding where do I need the process to drive through, and that to me is around our infrastructure, around how we do our work, and around the ability to get fast. And then the flexibility is how we do our work in terms of things like how we do requirements, how we interact with the business, how we bring them in, how we do our work. I think you can be more flexible. Does that help?
thank you. In the time of interest, we are moving forward. Thank you for your question, and thank you, Mr. Dev, for your response. And
Thank
sir,
you very much for everybody and for
thank you, sir.
entertaining me.
And sir, in your honor, a cluster of 5 saplings have been planted at Trees for Tigers, Sundarbans National Park, West Bengal. You can track the growth of these trees using the QR code listed in your certificate. So before we move forward, we have few announcements. we have an important announcement of our Hyderabad chapter, which is running a special offer on PMP, DSSM, and ACP workshops. Please do not miss to check this out for the further registration information. Please reach out to Mr. Shiva, Director, PMIPCC. With that, we will take our first network break, and a reminder, there will be a quiz with goodies after the break. So please do get ready with your quiz app. All you need to do is to download this app, and you're all set for the quiz. For those who joined us little later, the refreshments are being served outside of this room in the open balcony on my right. Our online participants, please stretch yourself and fill your coffee or tea mug, and please be back in 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone. 15 minutes. Sorry, it is not allowed in the conference rooms. Yeah.
be calling our next speaker now. So please settle down. Thank you so much. Let me introduce our next speaker, a transformational and achievement-oriented hands-on program management professional and an agile coach who comes with more than 25 years of rich experience. Mr. Krishnamurthy Pammi, Director, Software Delivery and PMO at Tech Mojo Solutions Private Limited, will share the 5 big factors in sustaining business agility. He is associated with many transformational initiatives using agile methodologies, actively sharing his knowledge with the community via his YouTube channel and blog posts. Mr. Krishnamurthy, it's our pleasure to have you in person with us today. The stage is yours, sir.
I hope I'm audible. Yeah. Thank you, team. And I am grateful to PMIPCC for giving me this opportunity. For all you know, we are all the budding speakers. And then we have taken many sessions on the platform called PMIPCC. And this PMIPCC has really made us believe in us. And so speaking on the platform of PMIPCC is so close to me, and it's a pleasure speaking here. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. So friends, we're going to talk on the concept called business agility. Is that out on? Okay. Okay, friends. First, let us reflect on the concept called business agility. Agility is all about your ability to move quickly and easily. If you go and refer the meaning of agility, it is about your ability to move quickly and easily. That means whatever you can do quick and with easiness, that is what is agility. For example, you can do certain things quickly, but that cannot be sustainable. That is not agility. Whatever you can do ease and quick, that comes under the umbrella of agility. Now, my friends, please reflect. As it individual teams or at a program, we are trying our best to be agile. Okay, we have our sprint ceremonies, and we have our sprint plannings, demos, blah blah blah. All those things are happening. But do you think it is escalating to the overall business? Do you see your business is quick? Do you see your consumers are thinking or perceiving your overall organization as quick? Think about it. Forget about your consumers of your organization. Are you getting the holistic picture of the product that you are associating with? Is it not true that you are associated with your sprint, and sprint? Is it not? You are time boxed in your time box. Is it not? Now, where is the big picture? Where these efforts are going on? If we, the producers of the product, if we don't see the big picture, how you can expect the consumers of the product, the CXOs of the product, see the big picture? This is where the business agility is at risk. So, agile is becoming fragile. very importantly, all these agile questionnaires, agile thought process questions, they are useful in terms of making our resume to the interview. But after you get into the interview, you see the scenario as customized agile. Right? Is it not the true? So, friends, there is a need to save the agility for the fundamental reason that you repeatedly deliver the software, for the fundamental reason that your end consumers start seeing periodic software. That is very fundamental, because of which the agile has come. Now, if we stop delivering the software every 2 weeks or every release to the customer, they will not get any pulse about the product till you deliver the product 6 months or 1 year down the line. So that is not going to help the market. So we have to save the business agility. That means it's not that sprinting in sprints, it is about sprinting at the organizational level. Right? So that is why we have to safeguard this. Right? So business agility is critical. Okay, so next slide, please. The question: do experience this, reflect, don't tell, reflect. Okay, so the next slide. Yeah. So friends, I'm here in front of you to explain my experiential insights about what can be those simple and big 5 factors, okay, that can help transform the agility at the business level. Okay, the first factor is, next slide, servant leadership mindset. Friends, we listen about servant leadership, but we really need to imbibe the concept. Service is a noble profession, my friends. I'm telling you, the mindset of service itself gives reverence to the job that we are doing. For example, you go to temple or a church, right? It is not just the infrastructure, but also the mindset of the people to serve is what is adding more power, more reverence in the temple. Similarly, in our organizations also, our leaders should be connected to the cause. They should be connected to people. They should lose conscious of themselves. They should all be connected to the cause, to the people, so that how can I serve you? How can I serve this event? That mindset should be there. Friends, I'm telling you, the concept of service is losing conscious about yourself and then start thinking, how can I contribute? Servant leadership is not niceness. Servant leadership is rightness. By being nice, you have to be right. That means servant leader is not a person who gives a pleasant smile, a pleasant face, and all, he's not just a sponge to take everything. He is assertive at that point at several required times. That means if something is not going right, this person does not hesitate to go and tell this is something this requires change. Of course, he maintains niceness, but he prefers rightness more. So by being nice, you got to be right. So servant leadership mindset is needed, and it is fundamental for agile to be real agile. Friends, at the leadership level, this is very, very important. What happens in reality is we take the CXOs from different industries with different disciplines and different capabilities, and if they lack the servant leadership mindset, the whole thing will crumble. So your CEO door should be open. Servant leadership is all about the people should feel secure to come and talk to you. That is the comfort index. People should be able to explain their perspectives, and we really need to master the art of listening. My friends, I'm just using the word listening. Listening is a very big art that we have not studied in depth in our education. We got to listen. We got to listen with a perspective of empathy. We got to listen with a perspective of knowing the context from your lens. We don't need to agree. We don't need to agree. I'm listening to you does not mean I'm agreeing to you. I'm listening to look the situation from your perspective. So when you are connected to the cause, when you are connected to the people, every problem that you circumvent is going to be a problem solving. You connect dots. You connect what people have told to you. You connect what is happening in front of you. You try to see why these challenges are happening and how can I help this situation for a better tomorrow. How can I collaborate with other people, with other team? My only objective is be useful. How can I be useful? So that servant leadership mindset is very important. At Techmojo, our CEO door is always open. Anybody can walk in. We don't require any appointments and all. We can walk in and talk. It gives a great comfort. So what I'm conveying is when your senior leaders are servant leaders, it basically going to the office and working, meaning 10 o'clock starts, 1 o'clock comes immediately. And then lunch, you'll enjoy, you talk something, and then you come back, immediately it becomes 7 o'clock. So you enjoy. At the end, my friend, everybody want to be good. People want some helping hand to perform better. Enough about critics. Enough about, that is not going well, this is not going well. I'm ready to change. Can you help me? This is how the people on the ground will be willing to. It's your servant leader who catches that pulse and take the momentum on. So this is the first factor that can turn the business agility towards success. Second slide. The next thing, my friends, is role clarity. Of course, Agile is clearly defining what is the roles and responsibilities of product owner, scrum master, and developer. Despite many things are happening where one will do instead of others. For example, we have created roles like product manager, senior product manager, business analyst, and product owner. Who will write user stories? We don't know. Yeah, you and I will tell. But in reality, you understand. Product manager, senior product manager, business analyst, and product owner. Now, are the product owners talking to the end customers? Are they talking to the consumers of the product? Are they really doing prioritization based upon return on investment? They will say, I don't have time. What are you doing? For a grooming session, do you think that user stories are coming in a groomed manner? Do you think that product owners are writing user stories in smallest possible way? Do you think that they are adding acceptance criteria to the best of their capability? They bring in some scenarios very dry user stories. And then in a grooming session of 2 hours or 3 hours, 1 or 2 stories gets groomed. Is it not waste of time? So everybody has to do their job. Come back to the Scrum Master. Now we see Scrum Master saying, you know what, I am responsible for arranging the sprint planning event, daily stand-up meeting. You have impediment, did you log in Jira? Okay, then I take that from there. That is not the intent, my friends. I'm telling you, today there is a need that we need to associate with the technicality of our product. I'm not asking the Scrum Masters to be trained on Java framework. I'm saying you need to be technically conversant so that your impediments, you're clear about it. Whenever people expose impediments, you should be able to know what it is. You should be able to question this. See, assume that with all your hard-earned money, you are constructing a house, and there is a some agent who is actually helping you to help construct the building. Do you just stay, okay, did you log that? Did you do this? Okay, that is fine. No, you are putting money out of your pocket. What will you do? okay, why these many bricks are there, when cement will come, when flooring will happen. Don't you show your awareness about the building? So do you think that you need to be BTech civil or MTech civil to do that? You are putting your money. Similarly, you need to have your own accountability in terms of having awareness on the technicality of the product. My friend, knowing the technicality of the product is not difficult. We are not born scrum masters. We came to that position basis on some experience. We must have performed the role of a developer or a tester at some part of our lives. It's just that mindset change, go, understand, be with people. That's where great education is happening. See, we can talk about trainings, but real training is happening on the ground that is needed for you to sustain and succeed and for the business. What about developer? When in a grooming session, do you think your developers are active? In a team member of 6-member team, you see only 1 or 2 members will be speaking. What about other 4 members? Switch off, silence. Is it right? When you do not contribute to grooming, you are missing the opportunity of understanding requirements. And if you don't understand the requirements along with the acceptance criteria, then what are we doing for? So we need to have role clarity, and everybody should do RRR. Right person should do the right job at the right time. Right? Right person should do the right job at right time. At Techmojo, we conduct retrospectives monthly where product developer and scrum masters come together. What are your difficulties? And what do you think developers should change? What do you think the product owner should change? We exchange. This kind of sets the game so that everybody understand the difficulties of each other roles. The third factor is have the long term vision. Some of you were questioning in the earlier session. My friends, you need to have long term vision. This is what is very critical for the success of the business and business agility. First, you need to have a strategy meeting. That means, what is a strategy that I want to adopt for next 2 years or 3 years? That gives guidance for your portfolio. Like for my portfolio, these are my targets. Now, to reach the target set at the portfolio, then you need to have product. Like these products need to be retired, these products need to be built, these products need to be enhanced. And from there, the guidance will come for your product, specific product development. And you need to identify what is minimum viable product, what is minimum marketable product, and what are the differentiating features that you wanted to set in your product. This thought process is important. My question is, in our respective organizations, how many of our product owners know about it? And if the product owners don't know, then what will be the fate of the product that we're building? Is it not true that in some scenarios, the product owners are filling in the user stories with whatever information they have? Is it not true? Do we have traceability in terms of this feature or this set of features actually turned out to be this return on investment objective? We have the clarity. We have to establish that clarity. And then, my friends, release planning session. We should conduct product planning session where we can identify the cut for the minimum viable product, minimum marketable product. We need to identify several releases, and then that should give guidance for our release planning. And release planning should give guidance to a sprint planning, and sprint planning should give to our daily planning, that is our stand up meeting. In our stand up meeting, we ask 3 questions. Question number 1: what did I do yesterday? This is kind of a summary, a review. What I'm planning to do today, that is what is your daily planning. Friends, I'm speaking with many people, and the fact is, in agile implementations, many of the people are not having the release planning or roadmap sessions. This is the truth. When we do not have a roadmap sessions or release planning sessions, how do you think business agility can sustain? See, agile is giving a framework, and prescriptively people are diverting it. We need people who think with common sense, who question it with common sense. If something is working, we should repeat it. If something is not working, we should question it. We should not do because something is written there. We should rather understand the fundamental thought process inside it and implement it. So my point is, have a long term vision that can sustain, that can happen only when you have a long term vision, from strategy to portfolio to product to release to sprint and to daily. And similarly, the daily retrospective should go to sprint retrospective, and it should go to release retrospective, product retrospective, portfolio retrospective, and then strategy retrospective. This consolidation, this V-shaped process is what makes the agility felt at the business level. So this is the one of the critical factor that is successful, that is critical for business agility. My friends, the other important factor is impediments. See, first of all, are the impediments are raised, identified very early in the cycle. Today, sprint planning happens. When impediments are raised? In fourth day or fifth day, because first 2 to 3 days we'll sleep. No, right at the sprint planning level, we should not take non-definition of ready stories. We should not take. Even if we are forced to take, we should bring those points in retrospective and make people feel about the impact. If you take non-definition, non-devour stories, non-definition of ready stories, it is bound to spill over. And now those things should be part of your retrospective and make management feel, look, I said not to take non-devour ready stories, but business forced team has taken. It has led to the spillover of user stories. And because of this, the team is looking bad. The organization is looking bad, that, whatever we committed, we are not meeting. So we have different ways of making the change, right? So first thing is, DOR stories only should be taken up. Second, impediment should be raised on the day one itself. Third, everybody should keep their sprint load in mind. That means not the story that I work today or tomorrow, but I should keep the entire stories that my team is working in the sprint in mind and start updating in daily stand-up meetings. See, friends, daily stand-up meeting has a very nobilistic purpose. It is like an X-ray of your team. We can understand many attributes from at least 20 to 40 factors we can observe by looking at the stand-up meeting. At what time everybody will come, who will speak, all those things, visualistic signs. It gives many signs for you to correct the situation. So my concept here is, are the impediments are raised, keeping the sprint payload in your mind? And if it is raised, are you formally logging them? If you're logging, are you defining the impediments properly? See, friends, I'm telling you today, I may be talking very simple things. You go and read the impediments raised by people. They do not look like impediments. It is like a running statements. Impediment should be like, I need a third party credentials for my software to work, or so and so development, so and so feature is stopped because certain third party API is not available. So by looking at the impediment, you should know that something blocker is there. But many a situation, it's sad that we have to give training people how to create impediments also. It is a sign of complacency, right? So you need to make sure that impediments are raised, and we should inculcate the culture of, guys, if you raise impediments, nobody will treat you bad. Rather, you are helping us to solve the impediments early in the game. So at Techmojo, we train people that no, it's okay to be red, but tell us well up front. You are saying red is not your status, it is the project status. If a green, it turned to red, is a wrong. A green turned to amber and red is right. So we have to create that culture of safe reporting. It's okay to report. So that culture need to be there. And once impediments are raised, believe me, my friends, if you solve impediments on faster basis, you are helping the progress. The next one, feedback. See, friends, I'm telling you, agility is all about ability to move quickly and easily. And organizations want to be renewed, they want to adopt. But that is possible only if you listen the feedback. And I want to ask one question, my friends. In your organizations, at the program level, how often you go and seek feedback from your consumers? When I say feedback, don't think a feedback in the name of a formal form. Many a times, informal feedback also helps, my friends. See, for example, you speak to your, customers, counterparts, product owners. You talk about it. In the process, you will understand from their body language whether they're happy or not, or they give certain cues to you. See, if you go and ask to certain people, what is your feedback? Can you give us in a formal form? They'll be frightened, boss. How they will be using it tomorrow? Will I be under question? I don't want to give this feedback to anybody. But if you go and talk to them a one-on-one or have a lunch meeting, see, it's all about collaboration, my friends. Especially the pandemic has told us that staying in silos is not going to help us. That is not what we made for. We are social animals. We need to connect. We need to talk. We depend on each other, right? Yes or no? So in business also, we should be speaking with our partners. We should be speaking with our employees. We should be speaking with our peers and seek the feedback, process the feedback. And certain feedback is given to you formally or informally. But that feedback is important. And feedback is gold. I'm telling you, friends, I've seen certain CXOs who actually built a great career for themselves and for the organizations just on the lever of feedback. They listen to different employees. You remember in our childhood days, we used to hear stories wherein king used to visit his kingdom in a different shape so that people won't recognize him, and then again in next day in the Rajya Sabha he will be discussing about that, right? Very, very important factor, my friends. It's important to know the cross section of your team, how they are feeling. It's important. And then when you take the feedback, don't question. See, somebody has given feedback for a good faith. Every feedback has got three elements. One, that is good, you agree, so you change. Second, hold. You don't need to agree. Somebody gives a feedback onto me doesn't mean that it has to be right. Put it to hold. Somebody else will give the same feedback. Hariyar, he gave this feedback. He also gave a feedback. How come both of them have given feedback? There must be some genuinity. I may be missing something. Then you process it. So there is a hold part. Then the third one is neglect, reject. So we respect the person who gives the feedback. We process the feedback. The good part of it, we definitely change. My friends, I'm telling you, we are people gifted with mind, right? We need to have the discipline of changing. If we don't change, change will change us, right? So what I'm conveying is the good part of it. The moment you're convinced this is right, change with utmost sincerity. If you think this is, oh, I can't agree to this, put it hold, no problem. And the third one is reject part. Reject it. I tried my best. I feel that's not right. Okay. You don't need to tell anybody. As long as the teams prosper, as long as the business prosper, that is sufficient. And believe me, friends, the customers, the CXOs, everybody, just go outside. They're all human beings. They are ready to share the feedback, but in a safe environment. Create that safe culture and seek feedback frequently. See, I have seen certain teams, are you taking feedback from your partners? Then they say, yeah, for last 2 months, escalations are going on. No, it's not the right time to seek the feedback. Hurry, seek the feedback. Seek the feedback. And show the progress on top of that. Like, the stock options, when the stock comes down, many people will buy so that there will be gain. So if there is a negative feedback, capture it, formalize it, show improvement on top of that. Believe me, my friends, today everybody wants three elements: trustworthiness, sincerity, concern for my concern, your concern for my concern. As long as these three things are there, people want to do business with you. Okay, so friends, these are the 5 factors in experience, you know I feel that can transform business agility for towards success. If that is there, I can next slide. Yeah, you can see market success, you can see better ways of working, and you can see collaboration, and employee satisfaction, speed to market, customer satisfaction, agile mindset, and adaptive leadership. Next slide. Yeah. So that's it, friends, for this talk, and I'm open for questions. Thanks a lot. Uh, yeah, yeah.
Sir, nice meeting you. I was seeing your mails frequently in my inbox. You mentioned in the impediment resolution framework that no one treats you bad when impediments are raised. To what extent you think that the so-called leaders will take the voice on the impediments without retaliation?
See, that's why I'm telling you. Uh, I, Before that, I'll tell a story. Okay. While I was working around 10 years before, I was managing a team size of around 150 people. Now, I used to have a habit of giving a questionnaire to the team, and all the 150 members, they answer those questions, and then I used to collect it. And then I've seen a pattern that what my team member said as bad now, 6 months down the line, the customer is telling me. That means my team member is helping me recognize a problem 6 months before a customer has raised the concern. So that is the power of people reporting an impediment. But your question is how the leadership will perceive it. See, this is where the problem is. I'm telling you today, everybody talks about agile, but when the critical moment comes, they were previous mindset only. That is the problem. So the mind's leadership, see, it all depends upon your leadership. Same you think you are working as 2x under one manager, but you yourself will feel you are 10x under another manager. So leadership, see, we have to coach the leaders. You need to have a proper leaders at the head. That's why the headmaster of a college, school, a father of a family, the CXO of an organization are your destiny. If they come good, you will be good. So no solution to you, but we have to go with that. You can shift, correct? You can shift, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, second question. Yeah, yeah.
Hello, my name is Balarama Varanasi. My question is, it's great to learn about business agility. I would be more interested in business ecosystem agility, where we bring in some right practices like fair competition. Like if we look at economic planning, it is about how do we maintain 8% growth rate of economy, and as a result, we are starving, like we are not fair to startups and MSMEs. That has been, if that is, genuine support provided there, then there is a threat to this economy. That concern is there. So this being, how can Agile be used where businesses collaboratively shift from maybe internal training expense to ecosystem training? And when I say business ecosystem, I look at academia and global academia also there. So what can be delegated to academia, influence the supply chain, all those aspects come. Yeah, that's what
Okay,
I want
let
to
me
say.
answer this question.
Yes.
See, I am believing today on the ground, simple things are not working. If you want to be different on the ground, make sure simple things work. So I'm only focusing that, one business be agile, the real agile. So then we can go to the next step of, cross collaboration and all. So the way I'm looking at it is make sure that, one business gives a holistic experience in terms of they are fast to market, they innovate, they collaborate well, right? And they do good, or they keep on improving on the quality as a group of teams. If a business gives proper experience, that is the first step I want to see. And I want to courageously say one thing, that we are not there. We only talk. We have today, the difference between 30 years before and today is they know little, they used to implement it. Today we know more, we don't implement it. So that's why I often feel my father is and mother are far better than me. So coming to the analogy, I feel that your question is step 2 or step 3. First step is make sure the teams collaborate and have the right truth picture of the product progress from sprint to sprint or release to release. That is the first objective we wanted to achieve. But then we go to the next level. I know I have not answered your question, but I wanted to emphasize the importance of the simple thing of teams collaborate at the business level and give a good experience to the customer. That is the first step that we need to achieve. Yeah, please.
Sir, we have a question from our online platform.
Yeah, please.
In agile documentation is not priority. I see it as a trend. We are saying it is not important. We never talk about it. And when something went wrong, it is not easy to track it back.
See, a very good question. Very good question. See, friends, I'm telling you, agile should not be prescriptive. Agile should not be read from the book. Agile should be context driven. Your context is your teacher. It is just a central guidance. How you localize it, it all depends upon the needs of the context. Now, the whole reason why people said lightweight documentation, they did not say no documentation, but lightweight documentation is we used to spend lot of effort in bringing up 64 pages requirement document. So at the end, how it used to be is the person who wrote the requirement document, he is going to shift his company or a project by the time the actual development comes. If the developer wants to develop it, he has a question, the person who has written that requirement no longer used to be there. So the connect is missing. So they wanted to bring a relevance in terms of make lightweight document, no formal document. But lightweight document is important. Point number 1. Point number 2. See, friends, I'm telling you, writing is a very important art. It connects you to your inner self. It brings clarity to your thought process. We cannot go away from the documentation. So coming to the question, I wanted to tell lightweight document is very important, especially when you take research stories or when you do tracer bullet stories. The documentation saying that why you are depending upon this thought process or this alternative, it has to be documented and it has to be archived in the tool that you are maintaining.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. As a Scrum Master, I learned a lot from you actually today. How the mindset needs to be there
Yeah.
as a Scrum Master.
Okay.
And how we need to see the big picture.
Yeah.
So all these things I have learned from your knowledge. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So please hold for a minute. May I request Ms. Suma, Director PMIPCC, to present the Rotary certificate to our speaker, Mr. Krishnamurthy Pamming. Sir, this is in your honor. A cluster of 5 saplings has been planted at the Trees for Tigers. Yeah, it's in Sundarbans National Park, West Bengal. You can see the growth of the tree while checking out with the code. Yeah.
It's a very noble initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Now, let's move on to the interesting session. I think all of you have downloaded the quiz app. No? Yeah, please, I'll give you a minute of time. Quiz app. So it's a very interesting session. Quizzes, it is. Okay, before that, now let me introduce Mr. Vineet Parla, who is our quiz master for today and a volunteer with our PMIPCC. Vineet, please, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Oh, yeah. Just a second. So by the time you download the app, we're going to give you the quiz code. It's just going to be a second. So we'll wait for 2 minutes. We will have the quiz code up. So I would humbly request you to download the Quizzes app. So I'll talk a little bit about the quiz that we'll be having today. I actually, me personally, have conducted 3 quizzes for PMI PCC itself. So this time I thought, you know what, why not let's change things. So instead of quiz, we kind of called it as a Scrumoji, which is a combination of Scrum plus emojis. So your questions or your answers would be in the form of emojis. So you will be given a minute each to kind of gauge the answer and find the right fit. So this is something new for us as well to do. I really hope you guys do enjoy it, as well as we all are here for learning a bit. So we've thought, let's just learn a bit through, why not have fun while learning stuff. So yeah, code, yeah, just a second. There you go, that's your code. Your code is 835423. Could you also please let the online participants know? Thank you. Okay, wow. I wish my stocks went that fast. So I like that. Okay, last time I literally had to beg for 100. So let's see. We have like what, 78. Wow. Okay, you guys are making my life very easy. Okay, 89, 90. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to be out at 99, guys. Come on. Let's go. 2 more. Yes, congratulations to everyone. All right. So, ready? Let's do it. Okay, 1 second. Okay, I'll give you another 15 seconds grace. And your time's up. All right. So let's start. So as I said, you'll have a minute each. Your first question. Okay, so as you know, this is a Scrumoji. I literally cannot read the answer. So what do you think a man running backwards with something I don't know, what does this correlate to in Agile? Okay, so what was the question? Anybody? Exactly, it's a sprint backlog, right? All right, perfect. Ready for the next question? So the answer was the third option. The question was sprint backlog correlates to what in the below options? Can you hear me? Okay, let's go to the next question. All right, the next question. Which of it is a key metric that provides the average rate of productivity for each day in an agile sprint? A lot of running today, so. India time's up. All right, perfect. So anybody what's the answer? Sprint burn down, right? Perfect. All right, let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. Suman is leading with 1940 points. Okay, next question. Okay, a gamified technique that development teams use to guess the effort of project management tasks is. Using emojis during our WhatsApp chats is very easy, trust me, but this was very hard. We have to think of all the things. So, and just to let you know, it might not be the exact dot word, so kind of think something that really correlates to that. Right, 15 seconds to go. Okay, I think most of, okay, 3, 2, 1, and boom. Right, what's the answer? Planning poker, the second option. The first one was dot voting. The second one was planning poker. And the third one was 3-point estimation, just for a reference. Okay, perfect. Let's go to the next question. Okay, ideally, Dash is committed by. Bench is getting the right question. Cheating. Okay, 15 seconds to go. I don't think we need a hint for this, right? Or anybody? I'll give you a hint. Ronaldo and Messi. All right, time's up. So what's the answer? Perfect. Sprint goal is ideally committed by developers, okay? Again, Suman is leading with 3,800, the fastest finger first. All right, no worries. We still have some 6 questions to go. So next question, please. Dash in Agile is typically between 2 and 4 weeks. Decode the first option if you have seen the previous questions, right? So That's again another hint. Okay, let's see how much time's left. Okay, almost there. 38, nice. Okay, this would be an interesting, let's see. What's the answer? Time boxing. So the third option is time boxing. First one was sprint planning. Second one was sprint retrospective. All right, next question. Okay, we have a new leader. Okay. Seshu, let's skip the leaders for the next two questions. Let's gain some excitement. The next question is going to be very easy. I have to wait the whole minute. Just to let you know, the fastest person answering the question will get more points, just so that everybody is aware of that scoring front, okay? Fastest finger first. Last 15 seconds. I'm sad that my scale is not on the board. 3, 2, 1, and done. Right. I think it's a very easy one. What's the answer? Perfect. It's the t-shirt estimation and the bucket system and 3-point estimation, I believe. Right, next question. This is one of the best things I love about Agile. So, I think it's pretty straightforward, but yeah. Okay, what's the time? This answer is among the four. Give you a hint. Right, last 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and done. So, I guess, what's the answer? Exactly, individuals and interactions over peoples and processes. Perfect. Oh, nice. New names. All right, next question. Last 3 to go, guys. Come on. Informal, general explanation written from the perspective of the end user or customer is. We have a person who's running a lot and there's a lot of wood here today. So, last 3 seconds. Okay, they're just last 2 questions after this, so. And we're done. Okay, what's the answer? Wonderful. User stories. That's the first option. Right. Okay. No names? Exactly. All right, last, the penultimate one. this emoji, combination of emoji should be on the basis of what? Almost there, 30 seconds. And a last final match the following for you to go after this. Right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and done. Okay, what's the answer? Exactly, the value of the items delivered. Okay, last question, guys. Okay, again, a new leader. All right, perfect. So for the finale, we will have what is our theme of the quiz. So can you all kindly scrumoji the following, please? These are some of the very common things and traits that we do get across. You're not getting the pictures? It's loading, is it? Okay, no worries. Let us extend the time a little bit for this. We'll give time to load. Okay, we'll just extend just one more minute. We'll not put a time limit on this. I guess some browsers or apps are loading it a little slower. But I can put the question up in case it's still not loading for anyone. Or was it? So basically, you guys have to rearrange it, guys. So you have to scroll. Yeah. So just you have to match it. Yeah. Ensure it's in the order. Yeah. So basically, you need to push the images and then you need to match the following. Like flip it. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Let's all together do this one, okay? And then we'll eliminate this question. We'll give it like grace marks. Okay? Yeah, just give it a try. I think when you try to move the image is loading. But if not, we'll just take a minute and then I guess we'll give grace points to everyone. Yeah. I mean, whoever is done is lucky, I guess. Yeah, just for fun. I'm sorry? Click on the magnifying glass. Is it loading then? Okay. I think we kind of hang the quizzes app. So congratulations, guys. So for that, we actually need to do what? What's the first option? Bug fix. Yeah. Okay, so let's do this just for fun, okay? Just for fun. So I'm going to point out the tile. Can you guys let me know which one is the right answer? Okay. 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 All right, we all are winners today, okay? Thank you so much. So let's see the final winners list. And I win. And the winner is. Oh, wait, it's. Congratulations, Radha Krishna. Okay, we'll just give you the winners. Hey, can you. Yeah. Okay, so the winners are Radha Krishna Chirala, Uday, okay, awesome, and then Sandeep. I guess Sandeep is in person, so we should not forget this is a hybrid conference. All right, so thank you so much for participating. I really had fun hosting, and I hope you all had fun as well. And we would love for you to have the same enthusiasm throughout the next half of the conference. So over to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Vineet. It's a wonderful session. And please put your hands together for Vineet because he turned a lot. Okay, congratulations to the winners.
I'm so sorry, I'll not let the winners go empty-handed. So you will be winning goodies. We will take your information and then we'll send you e-vouchers offline, okay? Thank you so much again, guys. Sorry. Please do reach out to me. I'll be right. Thank you.
Thank you all. Hope you have enjoyed this quiz. I'm not getting lots of this one. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move forward. Now I would request Mr. Manohar Eraguntla, General Secretary of PMIPCC, to speak about our chapter. Mr. Manohar, please.
Good afternoon. The only thing that is stopping you and the lunch is I will be the guy. So I don't take you more than 2-3 minutes. So I know many of you know me, and I know many of you by face and by person. For those who has come here for the first time and for the online participants, myself, Manohar Eraguntla, I am the General Secretary and Director of Membership of PMI Pearl City Chapter. I just take this opportunity to give you some brief about what is PMI and Pearl City Chapter. PMI, as we know, is a globally recognized body for project management based out in US. It's a 53 years old organization, institute, and basically it researches and helps all the project management professionals to gain the project management knowledge, at the same time come up with a lot of standards and certifications. It is based out in US, and it has local chapters throughout the world. Around 320 chapters are there throughout the world, 320 plus. And in India, we have 9 chapters, and for Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, we have one chapter called PMI Pearl City chapter. And we are proud to say we all are from PMI Pearl City region, and it's a 22 years old professional not-to-profit body. What exactly is, thank you. So what exactly the Pearl City chapter? Many of you who are not members of PMI or PMI Pearl City chapter, it is one of a body which helps you to gain project management knowledge is one thing. At the same time, we provide a lot of opportunities for you to network. This is one of the opportunity from the chapter like this. We conduct network meetings, knowledge sharing sessions, and seminars, conference, and some industry specific groups, and also someone want workshops. We do conduct workshops. There are plenty of opportunities we create for networking, at the same time gaining of knowledge. And also, once you become a member, then you get a chance to volunteer yourself. I am not a this we have a close to 1200 plus members in the chapter at any point of time, and it's been governed by 12 board members. All the board members are volunteers. We have our day-to-day activities, day-to-day jobs. We work for organizations in different domains, but we have the passion towards the project management. Come here and help all the project management community. So anybody interested to volunteer yourself, we have different portfolios, membership, academia, social and youth, social good, and we have around 10 to 12 portfolios where you can be a volunteer and you can give back to society. So those who are not members, I request all of you to become PMI and Pearl City chapter members. PMI membership and Pearl City, if you need any further information, I will be here during the networking breaks and the lunch breaks. We can meet up and help you out how you can become the member of PMI Pearl City chapter and PMI team. And with this, I definitely see some of you to become the member today or tomorrow or whenever it is possible. Any doubts, you can either reach out to me or we have the fellow board members here. You can go and grab them and ask your questions. They can able to help you out. And yeah, with this, I thank everyone for this opportunity. Thanks, Vani. I will hand over it back to our MC, Vani. Thank you.
Thank you, Manohar. It's a great information for all of us. As a volunteer, I am saying you can reach out to Manohar for any volunteering or anything. Okay, let's move on. So how many of you are you will agree with me that healthy body leads to a healthy mind? Yeah. So I think now all of you are hungry. Let's go for a lunch break now. So to build this agility and to make the most of this conference, let's break for the lunch and be back by 2 o'clock. And before you head out, I want to reiterate that please do not miss to check out the workshops of PMP, DSSM, and ACP workshops. And please, one more thing, in your ID cards, we have the coupons, the lunch coupons, which you need to hand over at the counter. Thank you, everyone. Please be back by 2 o'clock. the networking lunch, we move on to the exciting workshop planned for today. Think out of the box, agile gaming techniques to innovate strategies and build high performing teams by Debopam Sanyal, Agile Coach at FactSet. Mr. Debopam Sanyal is a transformation geek and a certified coach. He has closely followed with the teams and leaders for over a decade and how they influence or impact transformation from foot of a soldier of agile transformer. He has seen different shades of agile transformation. His agile journey has been a full of big changes, the changes that have changed the people, the organizations, and how we adopt. Mr. Debopan Sanyal, please state your yours.
Okay. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I have a tough task here to wake you all up after a good lunch. So I hope I would do well. And please don't fire those matchboxes. People will catch hold of me for that. So, all right. So my name is Devapam. I am a father, husband, son, brother, friend, and of course, an agile coach at FactSet. So I would request all of you first, before we start today, to turn to your next person and introduce yourself if you haven't yet. Because I have been seeing all of the faces, everybody's in silent, and all we were waiting for is that space where we can go and network. So if you all can do, just turn to your next person and just introduce yourself. Great, great. Just Yeah, just see how much one interaction can energize you. We were all feeling dizzy, and now with that. All right, great. So okay, I will take this. Oh, these are all for our needs. Let me see. Is it working? Laptop side. Otherwise, okay. Okay, now can you all see this train? Yeah. Which side is it moving? Is it coming towards you or going away from you? Away? Okay, so can you now try to change the direction of the train? Did it work? So it's all about you, right? What do you think? What is your perspective? That's it's all about. So before coming here, we understand one thing from all of these discussions and everything, that it's about our mindset, right? And that would be probably the second most used word in agile community after agile, right? Mindset. So yeah, everybody talks about mindset. We also talk about mindset. But how do we change mindset? Can we even do that? Can we even change mindset? Yeah? In Mahabharata, Sri Krishna tried to change the mindset of Duryodhana. He didn't succeed. Can we do? Sorry? Sri Krishna changed Arjuna's mindset. We'll come to that. But he couldn't change the mindset of Duryodhana, right? To be very honest, neuroscientifically, psychologically, we can't change anyone's mindset. No one can change anyone's mindset. Then who can change my mindset? Only I can change my mindset, right? Then what are we agile coaches, scrum masters, agile professionals? What are we doing there in the organization? Yeah, we are trying to create the environment where we can go and thrive and change our mindset, right? Remember the first time when child goes to school? They go and we go and pick them up on time. If we do, what happens? The environment creates where the child starts believing in trust. Mom will come, dad will come, right? If we don't, that trustworthy, that's the first strike on that trust. And that's the environment that we are talking about, right? Now, can you all see this map and try to find T-Hub here? This T-Hub. Huh? Just try harder. Use your tools, wisdom, knowledge, experience. Bangalore map. And that's exactly what happens when you go to teams and say, do agile. You can do, try harder, you can do. That is borderline manipulation, almost, right? Because our maps are not aligned. Stephen Covey has written a book, Seven Successful Habits of Effective People, right? He explains this concept very well there. Aligning your map, and that's what we all need to do. Help align the map of people. Because if we don't, it will be the same thing. Finding T-Hub in Bangalore map. And that's what change of mindset is all about. That's called paradigm shift. Something, a term given by Thomas Kuhn. That's the paradigm shift. That's how science works. That's how psychology works. That's how mind works. That's how everything works. When you change your map from Bangalore to Hyderabad, when you change from being a fixed mindset to growth mindset, right? Easier said than done, but how do we do that? That's another paradigm shift for me. Yeah, we'll come to that. Okay, question. But all of you, I hope you are, I want to give you a fair warning that this session would require your full attention. You would have to pick up your phones, unlike other speakers who say, put your phone on silent. I'll say, pick up your phones. And you'll have to put multiple codes on Mentimeters. We'll come to that, why multiple codes, not single code and all of those questions. You all have notepads and pen in front of your desk. If you didn't plan to write anything today, I'm going to foil that plan because you have to write something. I'll give you some questions whose answer I want you to write those answers. It's not for you, it's not for me, it's for you. I want you to take that sheet back and you'll find your map there with those questions. All right? All right. On that note, let's go to menti.com. Put this on your screen. Okay, can you just move it a bit? I guess you are sharing your screen is coming on our code. Yeah, just menti.com. Put this code. Yeah, 61459623. Can you see this question? How do you trigger innovation or promotion agility, among others? First question, innovation. Yeah, click on the innovation. Yeah, just play. The code was, just switch again, switch. Yeah. 61459623. I didn't mug it up. Internet not working. Oh. Sorry? No, it shouldn't be expired. I tried this morning. Menti.com, not Mentimeter, Menti.com. It's not working? Okay. Okay, let's be agile here if it's not working. What do you think? It's working? All right, no problem. So what do you do? And can anyone tell me? What do you do? You reach out to the support team. Scrum Master, okay. Self-serve, okay. Create another, okay, for what? For this. Okay, no problem. We'll see, because there is no point of wasting time. We're agile anyway. That's fine. Who runs the session? Okay. So we're talking about when you go to your organization, you're trying to talk about agility, agile, and they're not listening. We said about that, right? The maps are not aligned. So what do you do to trigger that? People online can, I'm sorry, I'm not on that. People online can, put their on message. Anything you do? Training, workshops, something similar? Continuously talking, telling them agile mindset, right? We generally do gamification, right? We try to game it. We try to game the entire concept of agile, right? Now, what is the basic strategy here when you try to game anything? The basic strategy, if you have you any one of you read Start with Why by Simon Sinek? Yeah? That's our basic strategy, the golden circle, if you remember, right? It starts with why, then it goes to how and what, isn't it? So when you are starting the game or when you are going back to your organization, we are trying to promote the agility. It starts with why you are doing it. And why, that's your map. That's what you have to align to others, right? How, what, we'll find out today. Why, you will find yourself with those questions that we'll ask, okay? And that will work because we are writing on paper, don't worry. All right? Fair enough. That's the first question for you. Write this on your paper, only for you. What I love about my profession, whatever is your profession, what I love about my profession. People online, please put on your paper, take your paper and write this question, what I love about my profession. All right? Okay, so how we are going to do it? Why, we'll find out how we are going to do it. We're going to take help from neuroscience to gamify. Yeah? What does our brain needs? Each brain, human brain, has 3 basic needs. Yeah? The first one is survival. First one is survival. For that, we need control. All of us want to be in control, and that's why we hate unpredictability. All we want is to control the situation. The second thing we love is feeling good. And the third thing is we want to be efficient. The brain wants to be efficient. And the survival mode, you can understand, that's why our brain is biased towards negativity, because we want to always detect threat. We fear rejection. Can anyone tell me why we still fear rejection? Any rejection whatsoever. Even if I go to the lunch counter now, I'll fear whether their lunch is there or not. So that's great. That's a great perspective, isn't it? Anyone else? Come up with a perma plan. That's great. So when we were living in the wild with our tribes, it was almost impossible to live alone. Because if the tribe banish us, we won't be able to live, because that's a wild, wild life out there. So we still fear rejection. The brain is molded like this, that we fear any kind of rejection whatsoever. It doesn't matter now. If somebody's family, abandon them, they can still, quite well they manage. They would happy, not happy, that's a different question, but they can survive, right? And any gamification gives all of this thing. So when you play a game, anyone plays a game, do you think you are in control, someone else is in control? Who is the player? You are the player. Opposition player. Okay. So if the opposition player is, then also they are not in control. You are letting them have the control. right? If there are great players, that's how good players and great players are made, right? Somebody says, doesn't matter who is in front of me, I'm still going to play for the win, right? So we are always in control till that moment we leave the control. The second one is feels good. Yes, we love rewards and games gives us rewards, right? Efficient, we save energy. We do. Because what we are trying to do is we are going to learn things, create environment which gives us all these three things, which gives us control, which gives us reward and save energy. So instead of going back and telling my team or organization, hey, I am going to make you agile, I am going to say, hey, we are going to enjoy, we are going to play. We're going to have fun. So that we are creating an environment where they will. So what is agility? This is agility, right? I'm moving here, this is agility. I mean, we all human, we can do everything we want, right? But there is no absolute freedom. We have some, moral values, ethical values, and all that we have to follow, right? Agility is the same. There is no absolute freedom. Always, obviously, you have to do some certain things, but still, it's not. It's the freedom from rigidity, and that's what we are trying to build in them. Yeah, and how you are going to do? I hope that code would have worked, but that's okay. Try again with this code. Let's see if it works or not. If not, as we said, we will gamify ourselves. No worries. The main game still remains. Same thing? All right, no problem. So what do you see in front of you? People on virtual, please put your on comments so that we can see. What do you see in front of you? Chair, a place to sit, okay. What is the functionality of this? Take rest, okay. Okay, we'll come to that. But as of now, if you see this chair, what is the use of it? Sit, relax, yeah. Now, let's remove that functional constraint from the brain, from the chair. We had the functional constraint to sit, right? Now there is no constraint of that functionality. How else can you use this chair? Okay. Ladder, I heard ladder. Hit someone, great. What else? Podium, yeah? Yeah? What else? Put laptop, yes, sorry. Drying clothes, excellent. How many of you made it as a wicket when we used to play cricket? Yeah? What else? Yes? Wow. Yeah, storage, yes. Our clothes. Making toys, yeah. Yep, we'll come to that also. Anyway, yep. Musical chair, yeah. Exercise. So we had only one product, right? And when we removed that constraint, how many utilization do we have? How many products you can make out of it? N number. So what was stopping us? The constraint that we had, right? And we all have constraints. I'll come back to the second one. How about you remove the structural constraint now? You had the structure of chair, right? 4 legs and you sit on it. Remove that. You can just remove the constraint from your brain. How else can you use it? Table, stool. Somebody said firewood, right? Yeah. Yep. Bogey mandal, yes. Hate somebody, maybe hockey stick also. Wickets, even we made bat out of it, right? So what we are doing, the constraints, and look at the constraints today we are facing. When we started off this workshop, we planned in person. So we had a planned activity we'll play here. No, it's hybrid. We switched. We said, okay, we will do something on mobile interactive app, right? We all have good plans always. So we had this plan. Wonderful, it didn't work. But that constraint, and the constraint again was it needs to be paid in order to have single presentation with all those things. I said, no, this is a financial constraint. So I removed that financial constraint and created multiple questions. Anyway, it still didn't work. But that also I removed the functional constraint now, and we are going there. We're asking because our purpose, our why, was not to engage on mobile, but our purpose was to engage. Right? The tools doesn't matter. All that matter is whether we are in here or not. If not, no matter we come across with mobile apps or any apps, will not be able to. And that's what we should always remember. Yeah? Exactly. So all things, everything that we do in our life are actually mixed with constraints. Whether you are in a personal life, whether in our professional life, right? Because many of the times, majority of the times, we believe what we are, which others told us we are. And that's what the problem. I'll tell you an example. Somebody told me my sisters, they drew very beautifully. I was never good at it, right? So everybody told me, you are not creative. And I started believing that I'm not creative because I cannot draw well. But does that mean I'm not creative? That's the constraint I had. And I believed it. And most of us here, in some way or the other, some or the other prejudice or assumptions or something told to us, we have believed and we continue to believe. Only because we are not able to break through that constraint. Yeah? And that's how we can break it. Once we start realizing the pattern, once you identify yourself as the chair, you would be able to. Right? What are those functional constraints? We'll come to that. But before that, let's put our theory into practice. And that's why those match boxes are there. It's not for to lit up tea how anyway. So you have the match boxes. Please pick one of your match boxes. Each one of you, each match box. Okay? Without displaying what is the function, what is that function. And people on camera, please use your matchbox as well. Yeah, to light up anything, right? And it depends upon, again, our constraint, our perspective. Somebody uses it for bogey, somebody uses it for cigarettes, somebody uses it to cook. It all depends on everything, but the ultimate function of it is light, right? Fire. Yeah. All right. Now this matchbox, you don't have any functional constraint to it. Remove this functional constraint. What you can do with it? And you do with it. It's not that you tell, you do. Okay. Okay. Show it. Make it first. You have to work on it. Yeah. Wonderful. Can you do that? Okay, please don't light it up, right? That was your main functionality. But if you have removed your functional constraint, how you're going to use it? Just create that usage. Sorry? Count. Okay. Decorate it. What you can do, just do. Okay, use it like a shovel. Can you pick something up with that? Okay. Make some music. Okay. You did a carom board. Wonderful. Superb. Yes. Toss. Okay. Can you do that? Okay. Tea hubs. Wonderful. What else? Okay. Puzzles. Wonderful. What else? Sorry? Store something. Can you do that? So the thing is, I understand the imagination. Make it. Only when you put your imagination into thought, then only it works. Please do that. X0 kind of a game. Okay. Wonderful. Yes. Chessboard. Okay. Wow. Yes. Somebody says store boxes also. Train. Toothpick. Yes. Superb. What else? Earbird. Yes. That's probably the most common use after lighting up. Yeah. And toothpick also, the third, close third. Sorry? Okay. Yeah, okay. Miniature furniture. Wow, yes. Okay. What's there? Billiard board, okay. We can use, wonderful. We can, the functional use of having gamify the agile mindset game. What else? We are doing another function of it. Okay. You want to throw at me? You can. That's okay, fine. Yeah, make sure it's unlighted. Not lighted enough. Sorry? Yes. Play with it. Just to waste our time. Yeah. Ah, okay. Yes. Yeah, don't do that into practice. That's fine. Ah. Thousands of YouTube videos are there, right? With using matchsticks. Right? Okay, now if you remove the structural constraint of it, you can do whatever you want. Tear it, break it. What else can you use it? I want to see whether any of you got into a childhood game that we played. Let's see. Yes? Phone, okay. Yes, yes. What else? Anybody played cards with it? Yeah, okay. Collecting them, yes. What else? Can you do, please? That's why the matchboxes are there. I don't think Komal is going to ask back from you. Is it the plan? It's not, it's not. Sofa set, okay. There's a sofa set over here. Sorry? Oh, yes. Yeah. Yes, Muslin. Used to say, yeah. Gift box. What kind of gift are you going to give it in there? Chocolate, okay. Yeah, probably eclairs would fit. Walkie-talkie. And how do you, can you use the walkie-talkie, Vinay? Talk, but, okay. Oh, okay. Explain shapes. That's a wonderful thing. Explain shapes. Create alphabets out of it. Yes. Earbuds, yes. Oh, okay, please. Earbuds, yes. Something coming from online as well. Please take the mic, yeah.
Okay, few from online participant. Make a firecracker, earbuds,
Yeah.
tray,
Tree.
plate,
Okay.
making homes,
Making homes, yes.
stumps,
Wow, yeah.
stumps,
Okay, yes. Clay boxes, yes, that's a great idea, right? Yes. Send a hidden message. There is someone from Raw here. So Yeah. So we have these ideas, and you can use it actually in a different way. You can use this hidden message actually. It's a great one. Yes. Miniature periscope maybe. Yeah. Wonderful. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Light bugs. Yes. True. Exactly. So what we are seeing here, what is the pattern that you are seeing here?
I just have one very
Yeah.
interesting thing.
Yeah.
Used to put kala tikka.
Used to put
Kala tikka.
Kala Tika. Yep. Yes. I mean, this is an incredible feeling when you have a simple product in front of you and you know you can use it in a multiple way. 3D pictures. Okay. Okay. T Hub. Wonderful. So we created T Hub out of here. Yeah. That's great. Yes. Sofa. Okay. I guess everybody got a chair today, thankfully. But thank you for that. So, what's going on here? You might have thousands of things in front of you every day, and you never had that paradigm shift that I can use it in a different way. Same way, just think about your people in your back and on your organization. They see things the way they see. They don't realize that constraint. I mean, nobody would. I mean, just imagine if there was only one matchbox was right, just put it over here by somebody, right? Would you have ever thought that what if I remove the functional constraint? What if I remove structural constraint? Nobody bothers. We have so much work to do, so many other things to do, right? So what did I do? I didn't do anything. I just came and said, can you? You all did it. Everyone over here. And that's exactly what we have to do when we go back into our organization and tell them, can you remove the constraint? They will remove. If they cannot, we to keep trying, keep giving them hints so that they realize that paradigm shift. And that's how mindset change. That's how it changes. It doesn't change if I go and tell them, and I was talking to someone the other day, and the thing was that what would we do? I would go and tell them that give me one sprint, I will change everything. Does it happen? It doesn't happen, right? The word agility has been, I mean, every speaker before me, everybody spoke about it. I don't want to reiterate literally anything. But the thing is, the unfortunate thing is that we associate agile with frameworks now, right? Which is just the opposite. I mean, if any of this framework becomes agile, then you are introducing rigidity into agility, right? That's where the problem is. This is what people call it Scrum police and all that, right? So what is going on there? It's the same thing. We are bringing rigidity into agility, and that's where we need that people. We need to make align people with their maps. What is that map? What is that purpose? Yeah. So the next question on for your paper: what actions can I take to break my own functional and structural constraint? Okay, somebody has answered for yourself. Okay, that's a good one. Yes, I'd absolutely agree with that. Yes. Yes. And think different. That's your purpose, right? I mean, look, the problem is see this question not only through your corporate glass, not only as a professional, see it through as a person. You are a human first, Rest, everything else, you become agile coach much later or a scrum master much later. You are a human and you have constraints. I mean, if somebody comes and tells me that, oh, I don't have any constraints, probably you have achieved sainthood, right? Otherwise, we all have constraints, we all have issues, we all have problems. We got to acknowledge that. And the first step for improvement is acknowledgement. Unless you acknowledge, you will never improve on anything. Right? So the first acknowledgement is, what actions can I take? And it's not for anyone, right? It's for yourself. Think about it. Whatever the constraints that you currently have, what can I do to break those constraints? Yeah, it can be anything, and it doesn't have a template, right? Yeah, nothing comes with a template, neither agile nor our personal life, anything, right? Everyone has a different. Another speaker was talking about context-driven agility, right? Everyone's context is different from everyone here. Each one of us have different perspective. For each one of us, our paradigm shift will be different every time. It could be in a single second that we get the paradigm shift, and sometimes it would take years, right? But ultimately, we have to go there and to understand it. Yeah? Has it triggered the thought process, by the way? We have been speaking for a lot. Yes, it has. All right. People on online, please put your thoughts over there as well. Now, towards the laptop. That's the paradigm shift I'm yet to get. All right. So we don't have the Menti code again. Okay. Now, I expect an answer here. I don't know how many of you will steal that answer. But in your all professional life, and when I say agility, I'm not referring to agile coaches or scrum masters or people who have an agile tag role of a role, right? It can be anyone. A project manager can be agile, right? A simple manager, a simple person, everyone can be an agile leader, and leader can be anyone. It doesn't need really any title, right, for leadership. So what is that thing? What is the biggest challenge that you face when you try to make something agile or make your team agile? What is the biggest challenge to agility? Yes. Fear of failure. Thinking outside the box. Mindset. Resistance to the change. What else? Fear of failure. Yes. Weight that we carry. Adaptability. Rules and regulations. Collaboration. Legacy process. Okay, on behavior. Mindset. I hope the Mentimeter would have worked. We could have shown the word cloud. How big the mindset was. Leadership. Perception. Constraints. Delivery timelines. Wonderful. Right.
So, some online answers.
Failure. Online answers.
Okay. Organizational support, common thought, accountability, comfort zone, responsibility, risk taking. Someone very interesting, myself. Right?
Myself.
Myself.
Wow.
Stubborn
Wow.
leadership and attrition.
Creation. Great. So just think about the insight. Myself. I asked one of my colleague, I'm sure many of you know him, Vishal Saxena. I asked him that that there are people whom I can't coach. They're not coachable. If I go them, they don't listen to anything. If we tell them, they don't do anything. It's not that people are not coachable. It's probably you cannot be a coach to that person, right? It's because we always think from our own perspective, our own agenda, that we fail to see the broader picture, right? So with this all environmental issues, we spoke about, yes, let's bring gamification. We will do this, we'll do that, we'll change the mindset. Again, all theory, right? I know how hard it is out there because we have been doing it every day. It's not only for just to come here and speak few good words and then go back. We know we all go and face that reality again on Monday, right? Some people even Sunday. So what is that we are going into, we are trying to bring into our environment, the environment that you all spoke of, that where there is a fear of failure, where there is a lack of collaboration. And how unfortunate is that we talk about collaboration being a problem to humankind, right? Remember, we became what we today because of collaboration. This is the natural instinct of human behavior, to collaborate. That's how we all hunted together in wildlife. That's how we became this Homo sapiens today we are. And today we are talking about we don't really have collaboration. So are we really transforming? Are we just trying to gain back what we are? Evolution, but we are trying to actually, yes, in evolution, we are actually trying to reclaim what we are. Apart from, because what is transforming? The technology is transforming, yes, but human behavior, we are trying to collaborate, which we already know, which we already have within us, right? So when you are trying to game anything, and game, when I say, it sounds very bad, game everything, right? But it's that engagement that we are talking about. When we are going into environment, we are trying to engage people, right? So why am I engaging? Why are you even going into it? Because somebody told you to do so? If that is the purpose, that is the why, then there is a problem, right? And then how can you build? So the why is very important. And how can you do this? We'll come to this question later. But how can you do this? Connecting the dots. Okay? Self-realization. That's a huge thing, right? And that comes when we remove our constraint, right? And when we remove our constraint, when we are on that, on that plane where we are trying to put people realize, help them realize their constraint, we don't really have much allies there, do we? Somebody told delivery datelines, delivery dates and all that stuff. We don't really have much cooperation there. Sometimes we are all alone to fight there, right? So in those cases, what do you need? You need allies. And how? That's what we are trying to do, right? We are trying to help them to find their own constraints. So this is your next question. What can I do to help others see their constraints? Okay, yeah, that's, we don't really need to know your answer because we don't know. As I said, everybody has a different perspective. So what is your thinking? It's for you. What can I do to help others? Be a role model, walk the talk, okay? Challenge them with goals. Remove impediments. Shall we remove or let them remove? Participate, okay? All right. Motivate. You touched upon such a subject that which I can talk for 1 hour, but I don't really have much that of time. But I just want to talk about one thing about motivation, which is very important, is that we, again, if we go to any meeting room, and when I was just joined an organization, my manager used to say, "You can do it." Oh, that is motivation. Is that motivation? Dude, I have only 2 hours left before the deadline, and there is a lot of work to be done. You can do it won't help me, right? The problem with the subject motivation is that when I try to motivate you, I think you will get motivated by the things that I get motivated by. I have no clue whatsoever what motivates you. Right? What everybody might have the different reason to get motivated to attend this seminar. One template does not work. Somebody came for learning, somebody came for networking, somebody didn't have anything to do. Right? Somebody was invited for us, speaking. Somebody wanted to visit Tea Hub, just joking. Everybody came here for learning. But the motivation is different for everyone. And if we really want to motivate people, we need to know what motivates them before even try and tempting it. Otherwise, you'll hear, you'll sound like my manager. You can do it. And it will not help. I mean, that is, I guess, much further. But first thing is talk to that person. That person who is next to us, right? Just if we take some time, half an hour, when we go for a coffee in the cafeteria, we would know much more about that person than anything else. And that would help us to motivate. They would have going through some different other challenges, which I can't even imagine of. But how would I know? I'm not going to get any dream. The only way I can know is go and talk to that person. That's a very simple thing. And in our profession, I guess that's the biggest thing. We need to go and talk to people. Right? Yeah. Chakdewala motivation, right? And in that, what happens? So that's the thing, right? I mean, if Kabir Khan gives me that speech, will I get motivated? I don't play hockey. Good job. Okay, I'll go back. I'll not go score a goal. But they got motivated because they were in that context, right? So it depends. How do you motivate, right? So we know that we have to align with our golden circle. That's fine. We have to align with. Yes, you have a question? Sorry, no problem. So we have to align with our golden circle, right? We have been talking about this, but how can we implement when you are trying to form, when you're trying to strategize it? This is a simple template which you can use. What I intend to, that is your purpose, why. I want to, that is how you want to do it. And then what I'm going to do, that are my actions, right? Cool. We spoke about everything apart from the structure and the content. Everything is good. But how do I structure my game? How do I structure my content, right? When I'm going to the team. Now, Clip Arbel and Marshall Goldman, they wrote a book called Managers as Mentors. And in that book, they introduced this concept of 4F of mentoring. I've taken this out from that because it perfectly fits into our context. When you are structuring your game. And focus, when I say focus, everybody say, yes, we have to focus on one thing or other. I'm not talking about that focus here. When we were child, when we were going to school, everything we were taught came with a message. This will help you in future. Right? Whatever we learned, this will help you in future. And we learned. We gave exam, we cleared it with the hope it will help us in future. Right? Yeah, trigonometry. Or there are so many other things. Right? Yeah. Did it help? It's helping me now. I'm cracking jokes on it. Is it not helping? It is. Right? So it does. But do adults learn like this? If I tell you, I'll teach you something, you'll get benefit of it when you are 60 years old. You'll tell me, go and have lunch another time. Right? We don't want to listen to you. Because adults do not learn like this. We learn things which can be used for our benefits immediately. Right? So all of you here to learn something so that you can go back on Monday and implement it. Otherwise, there is no point. You will listen to all those things after you become 50, 56, what you need to do after retirement. We all will do that. right? So that is the focus. When you are structuring a game, remember that you are giving them something to learn which can be implemented right away. Not something that when you change your mindset, you will do this. That doesn't work. Because then we are treating them as children. And that will absolutely fail. So we need to give them those tools, those things which they would learn, have fun, and learn immediately. And then only they will learn. Yeah? Feeling. Somebody spoke about trigonometry right away. Right? Why? We didn't have that feeling. Somebody, there are people who had this feeling. They still use trigonometry somehow. But those things which were close to us, which we feel connected to, we learn, right? And I'm going to use the third most used word in Agile community, which is empathy, right? So that what makes us close to the learning. Because look, it might feel learning is boring unless you may make it fun, right? So you have to connect them. If you are opting a theme, right, that theme should be connected to those people. You cannot run a theme of cricket with people from the US, right? That won't work. They won't learn anything, or even if they learn, they won't retain anything, right? So you need to know your audience, you need to know your people, they're feeling what is connected to, and that's how you can do that. The third is family, and there's nothing to do with family. I'm not saying your team is family or organization family. That's up to you. I don't want to command on that. But family represent a virtue, a value for all of us, right? It's something that we care. It's something that we put all effort to. And that's the care that we are talking about here. When you are trying to do something, put that care so that they can see, okay, we have that care, that environment here. The psychological safety. We have the psychological safety. We are trying to build that psychological safety, which is it's okay to say no. Yeah? And the last is freedom. Freedom from what? Constraints. What else? So when we biases, sorry? Okay, yes. Yes. So remember when we started all this conversation, we said one thing. We wanted to align the map, right? This freedom is to come out of the Bangalore map to Hyderabad. The freedom to say that we are open. We are open to learn. I'll tell you an example. I don't know how much time do I have? 5 minutes. Okay. Thank you. So, and we are almost ending there. So I'll tell you an example. One of our Scrum Masters, I was talking to her, and she told me 6 months back, she was talking to her team about user stories, splitting and all that, and they were looking at her like an alien talking, right? They had no interest whatsoever. They did not listen to anything, right? 6 months later, same team, same Scrum Master, same coach, response are different. Why? The maps are aligning. With that environment, their maps are changing to the maps that, but if we go and insist, that will be manipulation, right? So we don't want that. Okay, I hope that gamification would make sense to your role. And gamification does not mean you have to do everything on a template, right? You can simply gather people and talk. That is also gamifying, right? The last question for all of you is, what I do, why I do what I do, on your paper. Why I do what I do. Okay? Now, a big clap for yourself for playing, enjoying, putting up with me for 1 hour. But I don't have it here, but I want you to say this. First thing, whatever you learned, please go and collaborate, because unless you collaborate, nothing is going to happen. Yeah. When I was coming, I was preparing this question idea, I didn't have it. Okay. So I was talking to my colleagues, my colleague Vishal Saxena, he said, why don't you implement this? Because this will give the participants something to take back with them so that they can take that learning with them, right? All those books that I've read, obviously, I did not invent anything. Everything came from some book, some people, something, because we all learn, right? So go back to your places, not now after the conference is over, right? I'm sorry for my jokes, but when you go back, collaborate with people, because that's where you learn the most. Reading a book is not learning. Remember this. If you read a book, that's not learning at all. When you read a book, implement something, whether you fail or you pass. Whatever the consequences comes out of is, that's learning. So only learning or reading a book, watching a video, attending a seminar won't help you in learn anything. You have to go back and implement all of those. Then only you will learn. Either I will be wrong, that's okay, that's also learning, right? So that's what you need to ensure. So we said that we'll add value, right? Did it add any value for the last 60 minutes? Yes? Great. All right. So thank you so very much to everyone. I hope we will keep talking. Thank you.
We have more than 100 people in the room, and I think equally or virtually as well. So just imagining if all of us start thinking out of the box, how much disruption can we bring, right? With that, I really want to thank you, sir, for forcing us, for motivating us to think out of the box. And I'm confident it's not just me. Everybody attending this session is getting some food for thought. With that, I request Mr. Manohar Yaraguntla, General Secretary, Director, PMIPCC, to present our distinguished guest, Mr. Sanyal, with the Grow Tree Certificate to express our gratitude. Mr. Sanyal, in your honor, a cluster of 5 saplings has been planted at Trees for Tigers, Sundarbans National Park, West Bengal. You can track the growth of the trees using the QR code located here. Yeah, thank you so much. Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. Moving on to our next speaker, Mr. Sairam Bomaraju, Executive Director, DBS Tech India. He's a technical visionary and an expert agile practitioner delivering cutting-edge banking solutions. He has driven agile transformation for legacy and new cloud native apps across investments and insurance banking platforms during his 20+ years of career. Mr. Sairam will be speaking on demystifying the business agility. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope I'm not standing in between your break. Okay, yeah. Can you hear me all? It's okay, right? My voice is loud enough. It's a privilege to be here and along with distinguished speakers. I know some of my ex-colleagues also spoke here. Thanks so much for the opportunity. My name is Sairam Bomaraju. I'm working with DBS. I take care of an investment and insurance platform. I've worked in different industries, healthcare for long enough, and tech industries with HP and Adobe for long enough. So what I thought would be useful for you all, a bit of perspective around business agility, what we think, where are we today, how did we end up here today? And also, I tried putting together a bit of cheat sheet for you, demystifying a little bit around business agility. When you stand in front of your organization and see some of the parameters, is it really agile in terms of what it is going through, right? So let's get started. Can you move on to the first slide? So I want to just take a step back and then just to give you a perspective of the industrial revolution, starting from I think the first industrial revolution. There are a number of terminologies people call out. I'm going to use industrial revolution one. Can you move on to the next slide? Industrial revolution one primarily triggered due to reduction of the manual labor, right? So you're coming out of agrarian economy. People wanted to reduce what they are doing, try to do it a little bit more efficient, right? So it lasted for 120 years with the great invention of the steam engine. When it started to people started realizing it. We call it revolution because it's not stayed in one industry or one segment. Slowly it percolated into every industry, got impacted with, no matter it's a steam engine. But it took 120 years. So I want to draw your attention to the time it took to move from one place to other place, right? Then I think people started realizing the power of mechanical power, and then slowly moved into great invention of electricity, the wave two of electric invention, moved into everything done more productive, and then electricity changed the perspective of whole quantum of how things are done mechanically, right? So that moved on. And then you see the time taken to get that revolution curve from 60 years, right? 120, exactly half of it, right? So I think one of the classic example which was quoted in the Industrial Revolution too was the conveyor belt. So I think Henry Ford saw the conveyor belt which was used in Chicago slaughterhouse, and he said, I mean, this looks great, and can I use it for my assembly line? And then they rebuilt entire thing in Detroit in the Ford office. So the application started percolating everywhere with the electricity as one of the biggest thing, followed by so-called computer digital era of finding ways to do more electronically. So one of the parameter which you look at the change in the way human machine operations, mechanical in the beginning, a little bit of electric, less manpower. Third, now in the era where you have combination of electronic, and then most of it is automated but triggered by some sensor at the end of the day, right? So look at the time taken in the third era. It is like almost like 30 years. Again, half of the second industrial revolution. What we call fourth industrial revolution is also called as Industry 4.0, number of names. I picked up this language for your reference. There's a guy called Klaus Schwab, founder of World Economic Forum. You can look up for his work. Extensive work he has done on the these trends and patterns, especially on the technology trends. How it's going to impact rest of the world. Fourth industrial revolution is basically the foundation is connected world, right? So if you look at the speed we're talking about, the distance, the change traveled divided by time, right? 120 years in the first denominator, 60 years second, 30 years in the third. And fourth, you have today 4G, 5G, it is exponential. The change is not taking a lot of time. If you were to think about, getting a steam engine to technology transfer to India in, probably 1960s, probably you need to go to the government, have an agreement, and then get it. That's not the case with UPI, right? Payments was just made by the government taking a call and then did it. So the pace at which it is happening is exponential, number one, right? The speed is heavy. Look at the breadth and depth of it. You name the industry today which is not impacted by the speed of connectivity, right? With the devices and all. Tech as a tech industry, of course, has changed. But name any construction, pharmaceutical, biotech industry, everything is changing. What we are not noticing is also there is a cross-domain collaboration which is happening at a very fast pace. While we're talking, probably we know only 30 to 40% of it, what is happening right now, right? The cross-collaboration opportunities which are emerging and then getting to next level is exponentially high. We would come to know only at the tip of the iceberg, right? So when we know there is a change which had happened, and then we know, okay, these are the 3 or 7 things which came together to run something like that. So the breadth and depth of it, the systemic impact, right? So the change is humongous, right? the impact of it. Look at the revolution 1, 2, 3, right? The systemic impact was slow. If you are an industry which were operating in 1900s, the change happened in England with the steam engine or electricity would have taken a lot of time to hit you, basically, your business, basically, how you operate, how you engage your customers would have taken enough time for you to respond to it. Today, that's not the case. You don't know where from this is coming, this tracer bullet coming and then hitting you, right? So that's the pace at which systemic impact is high. It's ubiquitous everywhere, right? The Ubers of the world and Airbnbs of the world, right? It is everywhere. So the connected world, what we are talking about, is beyond the smart. I'm calling out beyond the smart because today, if you just look at the devices which we were trying to connect sometime back, are able to operate on an intelligent machine at the backbone, right? So there is less human intelligence going into it, more machine intelligence learning on it. You call it supervised chat GPT, you would have heard the stories, right? Somebody was telling me on the other day, you look, boss, I've created a code, React.js code, with just mockups using ChatGPT. I said, hold on. I just had 600 grads in the college, from college, right? I don't know how real it is. I think the number of experiments going on on the floor, you will definitely see changes happening at a rapid pace. We don't even know where it is going to come and hit us, right? So I want to just set the context in terms of where we are. Also want to call out the great challenges which are in front of us. We'll look into it a little more detail. I want to call out the diffusion of innovation, right? So why are we calling diffusion of innovation? So if you look at the fabric of any country, right, today, there is traditionally, the industry has survived with a lot of background to it, historically. 200-year-old business, they're trying to, there are a lot of workforce who are working on it. Some new innovation comes, it is just wiped off. So now today, if you look at the government's intervention to make sure that it is intact, is high. If it was in steam engine story, it was not that, right? So it's not impacting someone who is on the ground, but you don't know where it is hitting today. The number of data and intelligence stuff which is coming around, governments are looking at responsible AI. So if government has to come forward to say that, boss, this is the framework, only you can operate AI, it's going to be pretty challenging. You're trying to create a framework for an intelligent mission, governance for an intelligent mission. So government has taken a large role, immense role now to make sure that your traditional innovation is not diffusing. You have to protect it at the end of the day, right? So that's, I think, the biggest challenge for governments if you look at, and then we call it as institutional frameworks, right? Can you move on to the next slide? Okay, I think we did a little bit of survey, and thanks for whoever has participated. I wanted to get a sense of what people think, what business agility is, and what are the top 3 challenges. I'm happy that a lot of people said it is about define business agility. People said it requires strong transformational leadership. So we'll look into a little more detail what it means, which is absolutely, I think there is no right and wrong answer, but I think that's more relevant for why we are here today as well, right? And then the second largest one was nimble and agile. So we'll talk about what we mean by nimble organizations or nimbleness in strategy, right? So we'll look into that a little bit more detail. And the top 3 challenges people have quoted, that resistance to change. Absolutely correct, right? So we'll see Kodak case study. I will give you a little snapshot into what happened on the other side of the Kodak story. While I think this has been quoted as a, unfortunately, Kodak has become a case study for everybody, right? Nokia's and Kodaks have become case studies for everybody. But I think if you just step into their shoes of a CEO, the day when he had to take a call about, I don't want to do this, why he has said that. We'll look at that. We'll see what has gone into his mind to just let it go, right? So we'll see that a little bit, right? And then, okay, strong transformation. Can we move on to the next one? Okay. I want to draw your attention to the basic definition of business agility. I tried finding the best fit. These 2, I liked it. I want to draw your attention to the second one, where the agility is the ability of the organization to rapidly adapt to the market, environment changes, productive and cost effective, right? Business agility. Business comes first. Agility comes next. So when you go to your business to negotiate your priorities or a budget, right? He is the boss. End of the day, I take a call where my money is going, right? So business agility, what we are saying that while, boss, you're trying to spend your money, spend it wise, spend it productive, right? So that's the conversation in the room, all of you going to have in your transformation roles, agile roles, right? So I'm sure day in, day out, you have the challenges that, right? So I like that, but I also like the fact that the agility, business agility is the organizational intelligent behavior. The behavior of the organization itself is intelligent, right? How do we build the intelligence into the organization that it is responding to the change in the right way and sustainable way, right? We'll look into that. I want to quote two data points here. I think you would have seen multiple times that the lifespan of companies which has gone through in last 100 years. If you look at someone who has existed in 1935, most probably they are not there now anymore, right? So some of them are definitely there, like General Electric, right? Sustainable, long-lasting companies. They are like humongous. They reinvent themselves every now and then, right? So there are good examples, but you see the probability is like 12% of the companies only existed, which I think 1955 you see. I also want to draw your attention to Mr. Carl Schwab. I think I'm quoting him second time. Between second and third industrial revolution, there is a pattern emerged which says, I'm a large company. As part of the strategic organization, strategic group within the enterprises, there is a merger and acquisition team sitting very top. They are looking at opportunities to look. If there is a startup which has emerged, it's going to hit you at some point in time, acquire it. That strategy still continues. Very lately, WhatsApp acquisition, Instagram acquisition, right? You continue to see that happening. And that's not enough. Because if your strategic management team is looking at only the mergers and acquisitions, not having agility as part of strategy, right? Agility is today the part of your strategy, right? If you don't feel that your agility is not prioritized priority for you at that point in time, I'm sure you're going to hit the roadblock for sure. So look at this as, the big fish is eating, small fish as, acquisition, but the small fishes beating or killing the large fish we'll see in the Kodak example. Okay? Can we move on to the next one, please? Okay. So again, few basic definitions you would have heard VUCA, right? So every now and then, I'm sure today, I'm not sure how many times you would have heard. I want to give you a perspective and then we'll go to the Kodak story here. Volatility, what is volatility? Stock market, right? So it's rapid. We don't know, sometimes the outcome. There is a war, you're sure that today it is going to dip. And you don't know how fast it's going to dip. You have information, cause and effect, but you don't know where it is going to end. Uncertainty. So we'll talk about Kodak story here. Uncertainty is where you are in a situation where you don't know what the call is. You have all the information at your hand, but decision is difficult part. Okay? Kodak, 120-year-old company. 1880 it was formed. Chemical company. Their business is to make films, prints. The prints. If you remember, some of us who carried cameras, right? The Kodak Chrome, the yellow one used to be the film when you travel, you used to look for that, right? You don't want Fuji, you want Kodak because the prints are amazing. And this company mastered the art of making, the prints and then films. 1960, it was founded in 1880. 1961, their revenue was $1 billion. 66, $2 billion. 71, $5 billion. 81, it was $10 billion. So it was growing at a pace amazingly, making a lot of money for their stakeholders, right? So your profit holders, pretty happy. 1975, they invented digital camera. First digital camera was invented by Kodak, so they're proud of inventing. But you know what happened? They invented, and then Steve, I think the guy who walked into the boardroom, said that, look, with this camera, you can take 1 megapixel, photograph digitally with, tape or something like that. So are you kidding? You print it, look the quality of it. 1 megapixel, you don't even see the face, right? Said, discarded it. Again, 2001, Kodak acquired a company called Ophoto. Not sure if you heard about it. Exactly like Instagram, Facebook. You know what they used it for? They used it for sharing photographs, printing photographs. Their business was not like your Instagram or Facebook. Their business to drive it to print photographs. This business was sell the Kodak Chrome reels, right? So look at the behavior of the companies that they know what is happening in the industry. While I think digital cameras were by then was just hitting the market and then trying to see. I used to work for HP those days. HP started making digital cameras. It said, "Are you kidding? You lens is not your expertise. Printer is your expertise. Why do you want to enter into this? Everybody is entering, right? So everybody wanted digital cameras share. While I think Kodak is very close to what it does, right? So closest business which can create those business models around and sell number of cameras was of course Kodak. So they ventured into, by the time they realized that, okay boss, we have to enter this market, it is too late, let's get into it. They started making some good digital cameras. What they realized, they lost the share of the market. So they entered into printers. They started focusing on the printers. Look at the agility of the company, right? So you are actually not looking at who is actually going to hit you. Who are the big fishes here in the digital camera industry? Who are the big fishes here? Nikon, and then all those, by the time they are actually emerging as big fishes, everybody is trying to acquire the other guy. Who is the small fish? No, small fish was phone, right? So when the phones entered, everybody was wiped off. It doesn't matter whether you are an SLR, SLR camera or a digital camera, right? So the big hit Kodak took after the phone was invented with a camera, and then it started penetrating into the market, and their revenues went down in printing. People stopped storing the images, not printing the images. Right? While they tried, they realized, boss, this is the business which is getting killed. It is on the path for dying, right? So they realized, and then by the time they took the measures, it was over. 2012, they filed for bankruptcy. So amazing story of, again, I'm sorry that we use it for, different learnings, but look at someone who is sitting in the CEO position. He has a difficulty to make a decision for the things let go. Our core business is printing and then chemicals, right? If you want, what will happen if you just focus on something else is you have to let go. You're going to kill your own business, which they were not ready. Huge supply chain of what they had built on the ground, huge supply chain of what they print and then sell. They have very established business in the world, and then if you reinvent yourself, you are going to cannibalize your own business, right? But look at Apple, what they did. Apple, iPod, right? iPod was in the market, had hit, making good business. When they were releasing iPhone, there was a big question in front of Steve Jobs' table. Should we add music as part of the phone? Because if you add, your iPod is killed. Who will buy iPod anymore, right? So it's a fancy thing on the belt, you just keep it. But he said, it's okay, let it go. If you don't add it, somebody else will add it. I want to be killed by myself. I don't want somebody else to come and kill it, right? So that's the power of leadership, what he has taken. I'll quote another leadership example of Steve Jobs at that point in time. So look at this case study from the perspective of transformation, Agile. It will tell you so many stories around it. At every point in time when it was on the table, on the board's table, to make a decision to which direction, they stick to their core value. It's a trap, right? What you call your core value is a trap. You need to come out and then try to reinvent yourself at some point in time, saying, okay, well, fantastic, this was a great story. Let me look at what will happen if I don't reinvent myself in the business. So I think that's a very key message in the agility part. Whether you call it sitting at the transformation office or strategy office, they need to be aware of it, and then CEOs have to take a courageous decision to let it go, right? So I'll not go into the details of other definitions of, you all know what is complexity. But I want to draw your attention to ambiguity, right? Classic example of ambiguity. You don't know, unknowns of unknowns. Digital transformation. Digital transformation, I call it as unknowns of unknowns. What worked for DBS? What worked for my UHG? What worked for my Adobe? Not same, right? How do you go about it? So when you sit in a digital transformation leader, or you are responsible for changing the stuff from A to B, you've been given some target, right? So everybody thinks transformation office is the one which is going to do agile everywhere, which is not correct. This is one of the things I want to demystify for the people, is that it's only an enabler. I mean, if you don't have enough support around, it will not make any change, right? Unknowns of unknowns. How do you go about it? You create a hypothesis, prove it, iterate it, and then move on, right? So every company has their own hypothesis of making it. So I will have a story of DBS, how we did the transformation. It's not same as UG. Maybe while recipe is same, you may see some commonalities of what works well across the board, depending on your geography, depending on your, the size of the organization, how old the organization, right? So those are some of the aspects of ambiguity. Customer centricity. We are no more loyal customers, right? On a click, we can make a company killed, right? So if you don't like it, 30 seconds, you will, how many times we have uninstalled the app, right? On the phone, right? Large company creating an app for your use, and then you don't even install it because the experience which is given while installing, you don't feel it great. You just uninstall it so many times. Unless until it is forced, you don't install and then use it. So customer loyalty is challenged. I want to draw your attention to customer centricity a little bit closer. A lot being talked about product-centric organizations, right? There is a parallel emerging in the industry between product-centric versus customer-centric. While I think as you grow in the business within the organizations, you have, we'll talk about silos and then forming into a product groups and segmentation, right? At some point in time, your alignment with the customer centricity of what customer requires is most important. So one of the study shows customer centric organizations are more making more money basically, right? So they're acquiring more customers, retaining more customers, right? So the sweet spot of customer centricity is you understand the life cycle of customer. Your front office, everybody who is a touch point for customer, is empowered to understand and then take the feedback, implement the feedback at that point. Every time you have to go back to a CIO or CTO to get the change done, it's not going to work for you. So we'll see the tip of the iceberg startup. I call it the elephants can dance. I'll show you that. But keep it at that level is that product centricity is different. Product customer friendliness versus customer centricity is also different. What customer thinks is friendly versus what you think customer centric is different. Can anybody tell me what is different? Customer centricity versus customer friendliness. Exactly. So exactly. Thank you. If you do an empathy map or empathic journey, right? So he's not telling you what his pain point. You're listening to what he's not telling you. That's where you get the customer centric feature, what you want to build it, right? The design thinking session, which you do with the customer to identify what is that which he's not telling us, but this is the pain point, right? You understand exactly, walk in his shoes and then find out. Thank you. Technology, I think probably I can speak on the technology for rest of the 30 minutes, but I just want to keep it short. My experience with large healthcare company versus large financial institutions and tech companies. Tech companies somehow figured out how to get rid of legacy pretty quickly, right? But the consuming companies from healthcare, banking and industries, it is still a cost to the company. But if you don't get rid of legacy or products which are like licensed products, a lot of it is difficult to transform. And today, I'll give you an example of what we have done very recently is getting out of TIBCO as an integration layer. It was a massive task for 3 years. 3 years to get rid of TIBCO, still it is still there. We couldn't get it. Kony, you all know that Kony is one of our Hyderabad famous company, right? So we had Kony to build a lot of applications for us, right? In DBS. Till today, we couldn't get out of it. I'm not saying going product is wrong, but when you go to product, your outlook for how long for your transformation, right? How long it can support you, given that technology roadmap, what you have, what is happening in the industry, how quickly you want to change, should be factored in high. It's not low. If it is meeting today's need, probably it will not meet tomorrow's need. So the priority should be balanced so that you know where it is fitting. Cloud strategy, what people talk about, right? Also look at the same perspective, right? So let's move on. So I think platform models, if you have probably heard a lot, right? So Uber don't own any taxis, Airbnb don't own any real estate. So those are some of the platform models, which are the engagement models or the business models which emerged out of the fourth revolution, where technology has been used extensively, right? So powered by technology. Today, if the industry, so the one of the thing I want to call out is There may be 100 challenges. I found these three are common, very common. You would have culture as a challenge, you have bunch of other stuff, right? But for sure, you will have as an external challenges because it is the environment which it is going through. It is the customer, everything has changed to the customer who is driving you. And then your technology is not really, you know, ready enough to you to run that fast, right? Those are the common themes. Can we move on to the next one? Okay, some of the internal challenge, I'm sure, my God. Okay, some of the internal challenges which you all know, that with the people mindset, probably you would have seen a lot. The silos are the, you know, organizational. I would call it as the outcome of how the organizations grow efficiently over a period of time, right? So you end up with silos working across. You need to figure out. That's one of the challenge you have to definitely tackle with. How you reward people at the end of the day. So it's also a challenge. So you need to do a talent transformation in an organization because you can't get rid of everybody, right? So you need to do a talent transformation. You need to have that framework within the organization to do it. Nimble leadership. The leadership is actually talking to each other to solve the common problems. I just don't want my problem to be solved. I want bank's problem to be solved at the end of the day, right? Okay, move on. Okay, well, before this, okay. So just want to call out a few things, right? So demystifying the agility, right? While we talked about a lot about, you know, your ability to move fast, cost effective and productive, I would say your organization at an outset should like tip of the iceberg. It should be like a startup. There are a lot of models people have tried out, right? So you have carved out a bunch of departments who are actually working towards customer-centric problems, bringing back, doing the iterations quickly, get the feedback, create the product, then you scale it up, right? It works. Scale it up. You have your strategic team actually looking at the markets to see what is happening in the market, replicate it, acquire it. Is part of your, you know, agile strategic leadership, right? And then you are at the bottom of your organization, which is the large part, right? So if you become an enterprise of, you know, $50 billion company, it would definitely look like this. Without operating as line of businesses, it will not survive. But what you need to figure out smartly is that what are the 6 or 10 key customer journeys which are very, very important for the organization to, you know, be in the market, compete with the market. So those 6, 10 customer journeys need to be aligned with your strategic management, innovation management, you call it transformation leadership. It should work like a unit of startup at the end of the day. If you move on to the next one, I'll not spend too much of time, 2 minutes on some of the aspects, right? So technology is one of my favorite, right? People used to say, you know, mobile first, cloud first, data first, AI first, right? No, everything is must. You have to do it. If you have to survive for long, not just today, you get your stuff right on the technology. Otherwise, you won't get the nimbleness, what you want to do quickly for your customer. Your customer-centric teams come back and say that, boss, X feature is coming into the market. If you don't incorporate that into your product, you are not going to have the business share. How fast you can change. You need to be powered by the technology, which is actually helping you to do. That's the foundation, right? On top of it, your processes need to be, you know, agile enough, quick enough to change, automate enough to change. Always look for, you know, enough automation around. So if you look at the customer centricity as the top layer where it is giving you the feedback down, your strategic management and innovation management and transformation management teams are working together as a startup unit. It is not part of your large enterprises. They have enough empowerment to go knock the door, CEO's door and CIO's door and CTO's door and say that, boss, this is important for you. Give me the, you know, that hotline to tell you what it is. So they should be empowered enough to do the stuff, what is important for the company. How much more time I have? Yes. Sorry? Okay. Do we have time for questions? Okay, so one last slide I have. I just want to call out the cheat sheet which I had put together. Maybe useful for you. Can you move on to the last one? Yeah. Okay. Some of the things which I think if I have to summarize, right? Don't look at the unit agility. I think we just bogged up by, again, the trap, right? So my agile team is doing fantastic. and my control metrics are fantastic. But when I go to the customer as a customer journey, nowhere. It is falling somewhere because I have 6, 7 touch points in between. None of the other guys are moving at the speed where I am moving. So look at system agility than, or the customer journey agility than a unit agility in simplicity, right? Customer centric change, prioritize customer centric changes, not the, not the general, impactful changes, right? So customer is your focus. Differentiate your customer friendliness and customer centric priorities. Rest all, I think you can read, probably slides can be shared. If I have time, I think I can take a few questions if you're interested. Please. Okay.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon. I would like to ask one question. How frequent you get feedbacks from customer to incorporate into your
Can you keep it
digital
close,
products?
please?
And
Can you keep it close? Ah.
hello.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So, how frequent you get from customers, either your retail customers or your commercial banking, global banking, whatever it. And what kind of inputs you get it to incorporate into your digital products? How frequently you change?
Okay, excellent question. That's only one question, right?
To be competitive.
Okay. So I think, so I will speak about consumer banking part of it, right? So most of consumer banking products where I work are, typically if you just see any of the consumer banking product, one of the first source which you get is your App Store. App Store reviews, people are diligent enough to write. You don't get good feedback in App Store. You get only bad feedback. So our teams where I work actually are aware of the App Store triggers. So they constantly review the product feature. So you release a feature. It's not like we are releasing every 11 seconds like Amazon, right? So we release probably quarterly or once in 2 months. But you watch out for what people are saying it. But typically, your internal organization structure where you have your product owners doing it, banks have figured out very smartly. We call as CUL, ACL, right? So you have your own bank employees are the first cohort to try out the feature, whether it is in a very niche feature for treasurers or the end users. We release it to them, keep it for some time. You get the feedback. Not many people are ready to do test and then give you bad feedback because it is internal organization. But our primary source is normally for an external facing app is App Store, number one. Number two is we engage different groups once it is released. Different cohorts, the research team engages them to see the journeys which were envisioned are being pursued at the same time. Frequency depends on typical features. If you ask me any of the AI and specific data science use cases, it is quite often. Once in 4 weeks or so, we go to the customer and then get what do you think is really actually useful? Is it giving you the right insight? Is it actually? In fact, we built a framework which actually tells you automatically whether it is used or not. Of course, you get the analytics, right? So individual is using or not. Today, we can actually measure whether it is converted into money or not also. Somebody has seen an insight. I know whether he has purchased that or not within the bank. So people have figured out smartly, how to get the feedback in multiple ways. Of course, in retail, it is fantastic, but banks have restrictions around, what you can push and what you can get. Hope I answered your question. Any more question? Thanks for the question. I really enjoyed answering it.
Hello. Yeah. So I have one question. There was a highlighted sentence where only Agile Transformation Group is not for the business agility. So in previous speaker also, they were mentioning that the other technology were not even taking out outages of the system. And we had to go and tell them that the basic thing is not covered yet. How can we be agile? So in these scenarios, how are we actually going to tell them that first you have to change or these things to be done to the other line of business, not the agile transformation? So is it top to bottom, or how is it? Is it challenging? And if it is challenging, how are we solving that?
Excellent question. I think all in this room have been facing I think some of us who have gone through last few years, right? This is the constant challenge what you have. My experience, I'll tell you what worked for me. So when an organization commits for an agile transformation, usually it is top down, right? So the CEOs, group leaders say that, boss, this is the right thing to do for the organization. What we have seen the stories of Kodaks and Nokias are also told by KPMG's, Boston Consulting's in the room, and then said that we are convinced to do it. But when it comes to the implementation on the ground, it's not convinced. Genuinely, what I've seen in the industry, which is genuinely not convinced or not compatible, is where my business priorities are higher than your transformation priorities. I say, boss, I'm happy that it can do it in agile fashion. I don't have time. 1 month I have to do it. If it is a regular, I'll tell you, bank has a unique challenge. Regulatory change, when your RBI or MAS says that it needs to be done in 30 days, can you do agile? I want to create the teams. No. They say, boss, I have money, just get it done. I don't care. What happens, the toil people go through in these changes, because your organization is set for an agile way of functioning, and then you get an ad hoc request to do regulatory stuff. Or, if it is not regulatory, competitive, market, digital currency introduced by your competitor, you want to introduce. Next 3 months, you do it. I don't care whether you. So sometimes, genuinely, there is a need for survival, where the transformation goals are compromised or challenged to an extent to deliver than sticking to the values and principles of it. I want the business to survive. This is good. I think as a leaders, we should be smart enough to figure out what is the right part of it. While you are not prescriptive about what you want to implement, but it should be good enough to change based on the need of the hour, right? So I've seen this, following very religiously without any challenge. Adobe, they have a very smooth road. Product, they follow just straight. They know story of transformation challenges. Everybody follows in lines. And product companies, tech companies, no challenge. Probably there is very little. Go to healthcare, banking and finance, every day is a challenge. New departments set up probably operate in much better fashion, but when they have to integrate with somebody else, there the pain is. But your question is genuine. What worked? You need to probably work out bottom up for sure. You need to have enough agile coaches on the ground. It's a mindset change, and your leadership, constant leadership support to change is important. While okay, you've done it because it is important, let's get back. What is important for us? Let's move on to make sure that we are on the path of transformation. I think that support you need from the top down, and bottom up, let's not have the people lose the heart in the transformation, right? So that's my answer. I'm sure it's not a bullet shot, but silver bullet, but I think you need to find out a recipe for yourself. All right? Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all of your questions, and thank you for the responses, sir. And how the industrial revolution is moving forward with all the practical situations, what we are seeing outside. With that example, Mr. Sairam has explained us in a very well manner. Thank you for that one, sir. And now, may I request Ms. Saujanya, Director, Treasurer, PMIPCC, to present the distinguished speaker, Mr. Sairam, with the GROW certificate as an expression of gratitude. Sir, this is in your honor. A cluster of 5 saplings have been planted at Trees for Tigers, Sundarbans National Park, West Bengal. You can track the growth of these trees using the QR code at the certificate.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
We have our brains with lot of food, lot of knowledge food, actually. So it's time to take a small break. It's a last break for the network. So please, sorry? Finally. Okay. So please do not miss to check out the special offers on our workshops, that is PMP, DSSM, and ACP. And this is for the spot registration, as we have whoever is attended this conference, it is offline or online. So there is a spot registration. Please check out that one. And if you have any more questions on that, please reach out to Mr. Shiva, Director PMIPCC. He is there. Okay, let's take a break for 10 minutes. Oh, with a refreshed mind. Now we are moving on to the most interesting session of this conference, a fireside chat with our women leaders. To moderate this discussion, I invite Mr. Krishna Joshi, Director Program Management, Salesforce. Mr. Krishna Joshi is an accomplished engineering leader offering significant background in program management, global leadership, development, support, and sales of top-class technology solutions with the specialization in cloud and on-premises engagements, end-to-end solutions, delivery, and agile Scrum methodology. Now, I would request all the panelists to join with us on the stage. Already they are on the stage. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Ms. Deepthi Jain, founder and transformation strategist, Agile Virgin. Welcome, Ms. Deepthi. And Ms. Nagini Chandramoli, senior enterprise Agile coach at a multinational bank. Ms. Parul Sharma, director, product management, Novartis. And Ms. Padmaja Chaudhary, Senior Director, Finance, Asia Pacific and Japan, OpenText. Mr. Krishna Joshi, the floor is open to you. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, Hyderabad. Hello. All right, how's everybody doing? Hopefully recharged after chai, coffee. Yeah, all right. And hello to everybody. I don't know where the camera is, but hello to everybody online. That's where you are. Okay, hello to everybody. And thank you so much for joining us on a Saturday. I know it's a precious day, a day off. Thank you very much for joining us. So I'm incredibly excited to be here with you and to talk about the topic that is very close to all of us, which is sustaining business agility, right? So this is a fireside chat. And I also am super excited that because I have a wonderful set of panelists sitting with me who have a varied set of interests and backgrounds. And and thanks to the MC who's already introduced them, which is fantastic. So we have Deepthi, we have Nagini, Padmaja, and Parul. I'll first get started by engaging all of you with a Kahoot quiz. And once that's happened, then I'll come back to basically furthering the panel discussion, right? To talk about what, the why, and the how of sustaining business agility. Right? Can we have the Kahoot come up, please? So all of you, please open up your smartphones. And in your smartphone, you can either scan the QR code that you see here. Both online will probably be easier, but for here, you can decide. Or open up your browser and go to kahoot.it. And then there'll be a pin that will show up. You can just enter the pin, and we can participate in the quiz. Okay? All right, let's start with I heard there was a gamification session prior to this, so I'm sure you're all charged up. Let's see how this goes. All right. There you are. Okay, awesome. How is it that so many people are already on? Because they must be online. So go to kahoot.it, or you can scan the QR code and you'll be right here. I really like the icons that we see there. Okay, once we have a sizable crowd of say about 90 to 100, we will get us started. Okay? Are you here? All right, awesome. Don't you love all these icons? Emojis, if you will. How is it? Okay, all right. So let's get started. So can you close out? All right, so let's get started. If you are not able to get in, you can shout out the answers, help your friends who are already logged in, so whatever works. Looks like we've reached a limit. Okay, question number 1 coming up on your screen right now. Look, you can read the question on screen, answer it on your phone. And the question, if you can't see it, is what is business agility, and the options that you see there. A, B. There you go. All right, so it's the last two that you see. Well done. Now let's click next. It's okay. Wow, we're getting bigger and bigger. Okay. Awesome. Okay, let's see. On top of the leaderboard is Kirani, followed by Abhishek, RKCH, followed by Amrita and Pravina. Well done. And the fastest finger goes on top, obviously. So well done. Let's go to the next question. Business agility requires. What does it require? So when you see all the above in the responses, always go for it, huh? All right, so awesome. All right, that's the end of time. And, most people who answered chose the right option, which is all of the above. Very nice. Technical agility and all of that. Abhishek continues to be on top, followed by Kirani, followed by Pravina Ramgopal and Sai Tatiraju. Well done. Let's move on to the next one. Agile teams have negligible role in helping achieve business agility. Take your pick. Awesome. All right, 4 seconds to go, and we've got all 18 responses recorded. Great stuff. Moving on. And we have, all right, not much of a change, but Anu is basically cruising. She's moved up, so that's fantastic. New entry. She's got 3 correct answers in a row. Last question coming up on your screen is, which of the following is not organizational agility or business agility? So, pick one. Nagini working very hard to see the screen. Yeah. Which of the following is not an organizational agility strategy? All right, so I think we have a really, really smart audience. You guys got most questions right. Let's go next and see who won the quiz though. We won. Everybody who thinks they won, raise your hand. Give yourself a round of applause. But the winners, as per the game, are obviously Abhishek, Kirani, and Raju. Runners up Pravina and Anu. Everybody, very well done, and fantastic. So, as a panel, we wanted to first gauge how much our audience knows about business agility, so we can figure out. So we can't just say anything and get away here. Now we have a smart audience. So with that said, I want to basically again, if you've just joined in after we started talking, I just want to basically introduce you to the panel once again. Deepti, I'm joined by Deepti Jain. Deepti is basically the founder and the chief transformation strategist at Agile Virgin. We're also joined by Nagini. Nagini is pretty popular in PMIPCC, and Nagini is a senior enterprise agile coach at a leading multinational bank. We're also joined by Padmaja. Padmaja is a senior director, works for a leading CRM company, OpenText, and has also got a muscle in helping out startups. We're also joined by Parul. Parul is on the product side of the house. She's a product manager, works at Novartis. She's the director of product management. Okay, so thank you so very much. I can't wait to get us started. Are you guys ready? Yes? All right, awesome. Everybody else in the back? Ready? All right, awesome. Fantastic. So, of late, we've been hearing a lot about business agility, and I want to basically chew and kind of leverage the experience of all of our panel, like revered panelists, and get us started. So starting with you, Deepthi, I've heard a lot about the buzzword business agility. So I want to basically start by the real world context of today. We have just come out of a pandemic, right, for close to 2 years. Following that is a global economic slowdown. Now, with that, is business agility still something relevant that businesses are thinking about and should think about, or what is business agility and why should that be important? So please go ahead.
Thank you. So, you already established the textbook definition of business agility out there, and I'm sure everyone knows it's the business's capacity and capability to thrive in an environment, where they belong to. Pandemic actually shook us all, and you can see every company, every team, every unit that is working on something, whether operations support, whether R&D, whether development, supply chain, sales, marketing, now understand what is their business catering to. Simplest example is Netflix. At the start of pandemic, Netflix really saw the boom in terms of business. And then, when the second wave hit and people started talking about so much of layoff in Netflix. Why? Because the business really took a hit after second wave. Yeah, so everyone started relating to, okay, what is our core business? Whether now you are a developer or you are a managing director or you are a CXO or you're a board member who is sort of in sponsoring various initiatives, or you are into sales, marketing, or you are into HR and finance and everything, right? So business agility had always been core. It is just that pandemic made us realize this. Agile community had been talking about, okay, about technical agility, team agility, people agility, process agility, and then now before pandemic they all started shouting about business agility. Something new has to happen, let's create another buzzword. But no, it's not a buzzword, and it is something which is core to our existence. Everything else is on the periphery. We all need to understand the business that we are catering to for our organizations, for the companies we are working. Our roles need to be aligned to the thought process, to the vision of the organization, to the core business they are catering to. So yeah, that's what I think.
That's fantastic. Very, very interesting perspectives there. Thank you, Deepthi. And yeah, and I think in the same breath, I think this is very relevant, as you said. And for somebody like me who's an outsider, I have a perception that maybe an industry like banking may be pretty slow to adapt to some buzzwords or latest trends like business agility. So, and I could be totally wrong. So we have Nagini. Nagini, if you can tell us if this is a myth or a fact, and how does the word business agility resonate with you in the banking circles? That'd be great.
Actually, thank you for asking that question. Because the second person I meet in my transformation, this is the first question they ask me. Like, we hear banking, finance, insurance have a lot of regularities and, the things they have to keep in, under control, governance, audits, everything is in place. So there is a certain life cycle for all of them to maintain. But then how are we actually coping up with the business agility as it is required for even banking or financial sector to strive? So for me, it's a myth, because as an insider, we actually work even before the world is looking at something like a metaverse. Banks have started working on, and you see the result of JP Morgan coming out with metaverse as one service to their customers. So it doesn't happen overnight like in a jiffy. So there is a process in place. They have to adhere to all the regulatory things in place. Audits have to be answered. But there is something called as innovation, which is in-house. And as Deepthi has said, the funds are actually well maintained or bifurcated for in-house innovation, technological enhancements for the people, and also emerging technologies. If we can balance all these three, there is nothing like, you can stop yourself from going to the market even before somebody thinks of that. We have heard about metaverse for gaming, but JP has shown that it can go in banking as well. So if you take another example of a chatbot, we all had that for Swiggy, Zomato kind of small apps. but now you see a lot of banking, you know, the domain banking, not only banking, insurance also, a lot of chatbots have come into existence. Every customer is now used to use a chatbot because of the inability to go and meet somebody in the physical mode when we had a pandemic. So what I was trying to say is this is not happening just in a Ziffy. But there is a plan, there is a balance between what they are delivering today and what they want to prepare for the coming years. If you take today, so many banks, I understand from internally, have already started their strategies how to place themselves in the cloud, which will happen, but maybe next year, the next year, you know, somewhere around 2025. But by the time the complete industry comes into cloud, banks also will come. But then they know what to do. They know where not to, you know, breach because of the importance of their data and the security. They have a plan for that. So
Amazing perspectives there, Nagini. Thank you so very much. And this resonates so very well with the chat area that you spoke about. I know that very recently we were doing a study of this, like the number of chat transactions handled during the most recent Thanksgiving were in the order of, let's say, 15 billion for one of the CRM companies. So just imagine the amount of like agent efficiency that these chatbots alone have handled. So that's amazing. So thank you for sharing that, and for sharing that your banks are constantly thinking about how they can stay ahead of the game. So that's amazing. So Padmaja, I'll basically now turn to you and ask you how, I mean, I know you've had the muscle, you've had the opportunity to help both startups where the struggle is always to kind of think about the next best thing or the next series funding, and and at the same time there's large multinational organizations that you work for where there's so many things that are happening, like so many projects and programs and risks to worry about. So how does business agility make it to the agenda at both the startups and really large organizations? If you can throw some light on that, that'll be great.
I want to thank PMI for this opportunity. I want to thank all my wonderful panelists and audience. Thank you for being here. So the question on startup versus mature organizations, I think business agility is not an option for everyone. Business agility is very important. So how it's different from startups versus a mature organization? Startups, it's a concurrent activity. You know, they have to keep scaling, keep firefighting, hiring all the right resources, putting in all the right resources, be it cash or investments, wherever they want to do, watching the market, and making sure they are able to fight every kind of competition to get to the end of the product life cycle, bring it to market. But for mature organizations, you know, they have reached a place where they have definite, sustained business. There's a predictable pattern. So they know how to manage that part of it. And then there is a risk underlying, it can come from anywhere. So they know how to manage that. They have teams in place. So for a startup, I think it's a very engaging activity. Everyone is, you know, every day together, working together. So they're all in it. But a mature organization, there is a clear definition. It's a board level conversation that goes all the way down to the CEO and all of the teams. So I just want to give you an example of, let's take the early 2000s when the .com was really a huge thing. There were many, many startups around internet and .com, and almost 90% of them have failed. I think the one organization that stayed or fought through that whole crisis of .com and has become the largest company today is Amazon. And if you look at the way they did it back then, right? So pets.com, for example, it failed. They're nowhere in place. They were way ahead of the game. They failed, right? Amazon, they didn't succeed or stay relevant because of their product. They were only selling books. But why they sustained is the way they accounted, the way they did basic accounting. The CCC cycle, like the way they did the cash conversion cycle. I think those are the responses to a situation where companies are able to do it very well. That's very important.
That's amazing. Thank you, Padmaja. And I think, you know, it's It's amazing to know. How I wish I had invested in Amazon back then, but I mean, I wish I wish I knew as much as you know today. But that's amazing. Now let's now hear from Parul. Parul brings with her a lot of experience in the life sciences or the pharma side of the world, which we all have seen have basically demonstrated business agility over the last few years in kind of fast tracking how vaccines are built out and stuff like that. So how does business agility resonate in your circles, Parul? If you can tell us.
Good evening, everyone. A very important question because this is a learning for me also. So, in pharmaceutical industry, there are two very important critical factors that impact business agility. One is it's an industry which is heavily regulated, very, very heavily regulated. We impact people's life, right? And the second important factor is the medicines or the drugs or vaccines take almost 10 to 15 years to come into market. So their time to market is probably the largest if I compare with the other products. So these are the biggest challenges, you know. And when I talk about business agility, it is these two challenges that we have to overcome. That is, stay competitive in the market and reduce the time to market of your drugs. And COVID was a perfect example for that. And so definitely, pharmaceutical company was ready. They were business agile, and that's why the drugs came out, or even the medicines, which could prevent or maybe slow down the process, came into market in 1.5 years, right? Because COVID brought in very, very new challenges which no one had ever seen. Borders got locked. Supply chain management went for a toss. Raw materials were not available. Regulations was questioned. So the pharmaceuticals companies' ability to navigate through the regulatory laws and find alternate solutions for raw materials, supply chain management, helped bring in the drugs just in 1.5 years. So that's how the pharmaceutical company has responded. So by saying this, I should say that the companies are ready. And it's sustainability that we are talking about here now. Right?
Awesome, right? Such a giant leap indeed in the world of pharma. So that's fantastic. So what I'm hearing as the first round of responses is that business agility is the ability to basically just be alert and just have an environment appraisal, look around your environment and basically change course. And it's not a choice, as I'm hearing. A lot of banks are using it, startups are using it, large companies are using it, and some companies are helping save life, by living and breathing business agility. So that's amazing. Now that you guys got us all excited about business agility, I want to talk about the next section, which is to address how do we get there? Like, is there a recipe to achieve business agility? What are some steps? If you can tell us something about your experience and what you've seen, what has worked, Nagini?
What I would like to start with is actually organizations have to be adaptable. They have to be ready for the change and also balance between what they want to do right now and what they want to invest for the future. For one important thing which is very close to me is while doing that, the organizations have to develop their the various quarters where they wanted to invest very organically. It can't happen like overnight. You have to have operations agility, you have to have workforce relationships agility, you have to have your funding and budgeting as an different formats for that. And for that reason, I would like to take up this point of workforce relationships to be as a focus, where usually whenever there is a change management happens, the first thing which is not actually the focus is the workforce. And I actually agree with that, because being in the coach role, I understand the pain point of anybody who is working when they hear about a change. The trauma which they undergo when something coming up, which is not actually what they are working for so many years. For that reason, I would say, as a organization, they have to first focus on the workforce relationships. What do I mean by that? It's like give them that psychological safety where they can do this experimentation. Allow them to experiment in a safe place. Let them have something removed from their mind that whatever they are failing is not related to their performance actually, And the other thing I would like to say is give the leadership the essence of mentoring and coaching them on the agile mindset, which is lacking, which I don't see. A person is called from outside as an external agile coach, or you are hiring somebody for that role, and everybody thinks that this is this person's responsibility to change everybody's mindset. No, everybody in every layer has to get that mindset. Then only this happens in an organic way. Otherwise, you will be still there. You will have policies, they will have leadership board meetings, as Padmaja was saying, but nothing comes out. Even if it is coming up, it is just going to stay for some time, and after that leader or that coach is going away, everybody will be okay. I will work in my own ways of working. Yeah, that's what I feel.
Okay, awesome. I think so what you're saying is that firstly, leadership has to create the right environment of psychological safety, and then certainly create an environment where you don't punish failure. You kind of have a environment where experimentation is kind of encouraged. That's how innovation comes in. So that's fantastic.
Just to add to that, the buzzword we hear is fail fast. How many of us are ready to fail fast in our organization right now, if I ask you? Nobody can say that, right? Very few hands will come up. I'm ready to do
Secret. If you fail, it's a secret.
that. Secretly fail, but not fail fast. But yeah, when you succeed, you will say, I failed for 10 times, but now I'm successful. So that's what I just wanted to bring onto the table.
No, indeed. I think you're very well said. So thank you, Nagini, for those perspectives. It resonates very well with a lot of us. Now, how about you, Padmaja? How would you view this as far as business agility is concerned? Like, what have you seen work or not work in the the multiple industries that you worked for? Like, what's like the secret sauce for business agility?
I think, what is very important is staying engaged. Like what she said, right? It's at every level. The leadership has to be very engaged with themselves and the teams and with the top management. Look at what happened 3 years back, 2020. March 23rd, they announced everyone is going lockdown worldwide, right? Everyone went back home and stayed home and worked. And I know companies have deployed almost 50,000 to 100,000 laptops to reach employees' homes. Everyone started working remote. And our own company, we closed all the public limited companies. You have to close every quarter. So the stock markets, no one said, okay, you're exempt. You don't have to close the quarter. So we closed every single quarter. We released results. We spoke to our investors. We spoke to stock markets. All that happened. Nothing failed. And like she said, drug development happened, right? Vaccines came to market. We all got vaccinated. So that's how quickly you responded. Everyone in this room, right, responded to a certain situation. I remember I was in a meeting on March 21st because I was on the board of HIC. I was with the local government. And the minister was asking, okay, are you all ready to handle the situation? Everyone said, yeah, no. And then he said, okay, what will you be able to work remote? And they said, hands down, no, we can't, because we have customer issues. There's no way we can, we have, security issues. There's no way we can work from home. And March 23rd, what happened, right? Everyone went home, customers were fine. So that's how agile the whole world became, right? So I think that happens when you're fundamentally prepared. So your fundamentals are strong, right? And then you can handle any situation. I think that's how I would put it.
That's amazing, right? So, basically situational agility is what a lot of companies demonstrated, which is what kept them going. So those are very good insights that I heard. So, Parul, from your side of the house, from the product side of the house, you guys are the engine that drives, what follows in engineering. So, how have you seen, things work? What has been the recipe that's worked? What's been the strategy that's worked for achieving business agility? If you can outline some steps there.
Yeah, sure. So there are three fundamental things that worked for us. So I would just like to share that with you. First is flexible processes. An organization, whether it is small, whether it is big, I know for startups it's a challenge to be so organized, but your processes should be very, very flexible to adapt to market changes, to adapt to any technological disruption, to adapt to the shift in customer demand. So that is first thing. The second thing which is very important is a culture of innovation, which has to be driven from top to bottom. So there, every organization should have, innovation hubs set up, where you, on the board, you should bring in people and your employees to come and talk transparently about any new ideas that you have. You should be receptive of them. So that is the second thing, and I think that is what. And the third very important thing is investment in your R&D. So this fundamentally applies, I think, to all industry. And that's how the pharmaceutical companies who were able to bring out the drug faster was their investment in R&D. They were almost ready. So, and since I come from pharmaceutical background, I think regulation, like your whole ability to navigate through the new regulations that are onboarded, or any new government policies that has come in, you have to be, up to mark on that. In fact, before the market on these three things. Apart from that, of course, your supply chain ecosystem should be innovated, backed by automation and technology. So these are a few of the things which I think impact in bringing about business agility in product management.
Beautiful. So what I'm hearing you say is that it doesn't happen overnight. This has to be a culture of innovation and and such. So that's fantastic perspective. So let's move over to Deepti. Deepti, I know you work a lot with the field. You do a lot of consulting. So what have you seen work as far as achieving business agility? What are those ingredients that help us achieve that?
See, we all, when we talk about agility, we all jump to, again, the textbook content, which is inspect and adapt, right? In the consulting, also, I've seen many consultants, they just jump on to establish a process. We all operate with a process mindset, which is not a great thing. What is important is the assessment of your current situation, assessing your strategy, where you are going, and especially in the VUCA world, like we have seen with the COVID, everything was disrupted. We all have to reinvent the rules of game. Yeah. So in that scenario, assessing what is our market now is most important. Everything for business agility boils down to business. So now what is your business catering to? Who all are your customer now, right? So those who are the chief players now. So I'll come down to AI ML. Prior to that, I'll talk about automation. If we go back, we talk about, things taken up by machines. Yeah. So coming back to, initially it's all data science, everything is data driven. Then the conversation about AI started happening. Yeah. We all have been fiddling with ideas. We all have been distracted by all businesses. Everyone wants to create something which is AI driven. Yeah. But what is the need of market? So if you go back again to, past few years, horrible years of COVID, there were a lot of businesses mushrooming up for making gloves, for making those, hospital wear and, mask and everything, right? A lot of businesses cropping up for hand sanitizers, home cleaning. Everyone's punchline changed. Yeah, that was actually business agility. So if somebody was stitching clothes, they suddenly started stitching, the hospital and the full body suits. I don't know the technical term for that. Yeah. So for me, assessing where you are, what all you can offer, who are now the new customer, what is the new sort of business that's coming and that you can cater. Education portals, they suddenly started offering online education. Yeah. So Upgrade and Whitehead Junior, and then, so many of them, the Khansars, Byju's and all. So suddenly that became a major market. Now the conversation is about Chat GPT. So understand whether it really fits your need or not. Don't just run after it. For me, agility is all about understanding what is your business, understanding what new set of customer is coming up and you can offer. So that's business agility. That's core component for it.
Yeah, so absolutely. And then the steps will automatically follow, right? Once you know where you are, where you want to be, and what resources are available, you can get there. Okay, so we covered the what is business agility part and the how part. And in the how part, what we understood is that leadership plays a very strong role. Situational agility is very important. Investments in, if you don't make ongoing investments in research and development and innovation. And if you're not situationally aware, I think, we can basically suddenly collapse. So there are other companies like, the Nokias of the world, which have collapsed because they didn't invest there, right? So fantastic. Now we have just two more questions to the panel. So we covered the what, we covered the how. Now we will talk about the next question, which is, who plays a major role in achieving business agility? So if I'm an individual contributor, like, is that something that I should be worried about? How can I add value? Or if I'm a leader in an organization, can I add value? Like, who is responsible for driving the agenda and seeing and following this through? So Padmaja, let's start with you.
Yeah, I think I partly answered that when I spoke about startups versus mature organizations. I think it's the concept of agility and staying engaged on it can be a top-down or a bottom-up approach. It all depends on the situation and how a business want to tackle it. See, for example, I heard long back a story where ice cream, right? Someone came up with this concept of, okay, I don't want any disposables when an ice cream is given to my customers. And the way I want to sell an ice cream is nothing should be wasted. And someone from the audience said, okay, let's convert this biscuit into a cup. And that became this cone ice cream, right? Or let's go to an example of Starbucks, right? 2008, this huge financial crisis happened. Money became the most important thing. Everyone said cash is king. And Starbucks was very expensive. It was a necessary habit. Everyone was buying it $4 to $6 every day, and people stopped buying it. And McD came up with competition. They sold coffee for less than $1, right? So how did Starbucks counter that, right? So they started engaging more with the customer, and they came up with this My Starbucks idea concept. So in doing that, they were not just saying we want to be customer centric. They were saying we want to go all the way, the whole 9 yards. So listening very carefully and taking inputs from everyone who gave an idea. So one of the barista came up with this idea, let's go on Twitter. So Starbucks went on Twitter, and I think they had some 700,000 plus followers. So it's this concept of constantly engaging and truly listening, taking inputs, converting it into ideas. So Starbucks had 5.5 million views to their page, and they got several ideas, and they actually took the 100 best ideas and implemented them. So that's still a loud voice, right? They're not just saying we are agile or we want to be customer centric. They're doing everything to kind of be transparent about how agile they are and to what extent they're willing to be agile. So it's a conversation that happens top down, bottom up, being willing to listen, engaging on the idea of agility. I think that's very important.
I love that story where you said, yeah, how they were able to hear the voice of the customer, short circuit that feedback loop, and then bring that back as products or services offered by Starbucks. So, I mean, amazing. So, Parul, over to you. From your perspective, like, who drives the agenda, and when is it most powerful? When is it more sustainable to achieve business agility? So, if we speak of the RACI, if you can throw some light.
So definitely leadership is the most powerful. So the leadership should be aligned to have the complete setup for business agility. Their buy-in is required and their commitment for sustainability is required, because the culture is driven by the kind of leadership you have in an organization. And by saying so, middle management is responsible for the execution of whatever objective or whatever culture the leadership has built to execute. And every individual contributor or the team member which is there, they are responsible for getting aligned quickly, adapt to the culture, and be transparent. And one important thing is, also what leadership brings on the table is transparency and clear communication. Okay, and if that cascades down, that brings in, or that is fundamental for innovation, right? The culture of innovation. For example, if I'll give you COVID not only brought in the vaccines or the drugs onto the table, we are now having every hospital having a telemedicine or a telemedical kind of a offering. right? And it is now prevalent in small, large, even clinics are providing it. So they pivoted on it. Whoever pivoted on it faster have got so many clients faster. So it's, every individual, as my other colleagues said, that every individual of an organization is responsible at their own level.
So fantastic. So you're saying all the way, whether we are an IC, whether we are a mid-level manager, senior level manager, or leadership, I think everybody can play a role, and the sooner people step up, the faster we achieve business agility. So that's fantastic perspective, Parul. All right, so let's hear from what you hear from the field, Deepti, about like who's most influential, who drives the agenda of business agility.
So for me, my sponsor drives the agenda of business agility. Being a consultant. But then, keeping jokes apart, actually, it is the sponsor in the organization, what he or she wants to bring in the organization. The leadership, definitely. I love these stories. So before I complete my response, I want to jump on your story. So what did they actually do, the Starbucks? They basically engaged their audience. They made them feel special. How did they do that? They started writing wrong names on the cups. And so then, when they went on social media, everyone started posting, look at the name they have written. I am Deepti, they have written Deep Tea. You see, and that became a joke. And so everyone started going and everyone started getting their names wrong. And, so they started connecting. Now, that is what Starbucks, originally claimed. We give you a place to be social. But then it was not social media time. And so what did they do? They made their business something which they originally claimed in a different way. Now the times changed. There is an economic slowdown, so your business has to constantly evolve. And so again, responding back to your question, it is leadership for me. So anyone who hires me, it is his vision that drives me. As much as I'm responsible to create value, Krishna, with which you started, I try and create value for someone, who appears to be leader for me. And hence it is leader's responsibility.
Amazing, right? Fantastic. So thanks, Deepti, for sharing that. Now, Nagini, let's look at this, or let's answer this question from the lens of a coach. So who have you seen driving the agenda of business agility?
See, IC is an IC. Whatever you talked about leadership, whatever the situation, when it boils down to an IC, you are IC. I mean, individually, what are you contributing is the question. Even I am on IC as a coach. Because the end of the day, what are you delivering is what is important for an organization. But as I said, organizations have to organically focus on the workforce. Why I said that is for the same reason. See, who delivers software, for example, in a software industry? Who delivers products? The workforce, right? So if you don't give them the space to experiment and the space to think differently, how will you expect them to be agile? So it's not that you are just for the sake of creating a space said that this is the innovation lab. For a day you will go there, sit for 1 hour, and then you come out with innovation. That won't happen. Right. So the same point which all of us were driving to, customer centricity, is the important thing for any IC. My customer is my sponsor, even if they are not paying me the salary, but because of them I am living.
Yeah, amazing. I think this is very interesting to know, and also the fact, I think what I also took away from the panel discussion is that it's not that you're never done with business agility, right? So it's a continuous process and it's a journey. Yeah. So once we get there, and I heard my colleagues talk about this all the time, is to say that it's a journey. You measure where you are, you assess, and then you plan the next steps. Maybe your, whatever were your weaknesses in the past have become your strengths. So figure out the next focus areas. So that's how you sustain. So that's amazing to hear. And I just got a clue from our friend that we have just 5 minutes left. So I'm going to open it up for any questions that the audience may have. We have one very enthusiastic participant who's already got a question all the way. So please come up. You can ask your question. And folks who've joined us remotely, if you have questions, please post them in the chat window and we'll be happy to take those. So we'll probably be able to take about 2 or 3 questions at the most. All right, over to you, sir.
Good evening, all, and thank you very much for all your great sessions. Only you talked about the fast failure, fail forward, Nagini. doing mistakes and tolerating the fault doing mistakes. So this is question for Parul. You talk a lot of about regulations, and the pharmaceutical industry is the one who is very not employee friendly. Lot of unethical things happens in pharmaceutical industry because I studied my LLB because of the painful area that happened as a software engineer for me, and many people are from pharmaceutical industry. Why such thing is happening? It is very romantic to listen what Starbucks is doing and how many people are tweeting, LinkedIn, so on and so forth. So what are the painful areas? Question number one, why especially pharmaceutical industry is facing such retrenchments, forceful resignations? Number one. So that being said, the agility is getting
can we stick to one
coming,
question
coming,
at a
coming,
time?
coming back. See, agility is getting greatly affected by doing so. So only Nagini talked about the fast failure, fail forward, and tolerating the things because she is surviving because customer is her boss. So why not everybody is having such thing? And we talk a lot great things about successes. What about the painful areas? What about the failures? And how we are going to bridge that gap?
Yeah, so you answered partially your question. In drug development, massive 90% it's failure. You know, so 10 years there's a drug over which a company is working, and suddenly it fails. Now, when pharmaceutical company is an organization that works for profit, we all agree it's not an NGO, right? So, look, even my company has gone through a lot of transformation, and there is an objective, there is a financial objective also that it has to attain. Of course, its primary objective is patients. Okay, every pharmaceuticals company's primary objective or key, I should say, the most important piece is patient. So if they are not able to deliver to patient, unfortunately, the organization has to suffer. And when I talk about organization, it's the employees of the organization. I too have that pain, but I have got aligned to this fact that eventually the company has to be profitable. How much will the CEOs or the investors or the sponsors can take up the grant? So I'll just put that, I know you are coming, maybe you have some experience. I'll put that piece at rest for now. Um, Okay, and now there are a lot of negative things. Regulatory piece, when I run a product, okay, if I'm running a product, my biggest challenge is the regulatory requirements that I need to fulfill for pharmaceutical companies. You'll not believe, what does Agile say? Working software or working product other than documentation, you know what does medical regulation says? I cannot deliver a product without 108 important documentation that I have to deliver. So these are the challenges that I have to face. And for that, but there are solutions for that. Automation, having your regulatory tools in place which can automate things, being ready, investing on R&D. I hope I'm able to. I just named one of the biggest, largest pain point that I have when I deliver products.
All right. So thank you, Parul, for taking that question. So thank you very much. We also want to take the next question that came online. Just one second.
Thank you, Parul.
We'll alternate between online and offline. Okay. The one question that we got online that I just got to learn is there must be some challenges that people face when they are on the business agility journey. So, what are some common challenges that we should watch out for? What are some common risks that we should watch out for? So, Deepti, if you want to take that, or Nagini, if you want to piggyback on that.
So, as soon as you said challenges, the first thing which was striking to me was the procurement in software industry. For any project, the moment we get a project, we start procuring resources to work on that. And there is always a kind of a bucket of technologies we have to look forward, and you don't have everybody in house sitting on the bench for that project. So how do you do that? Through vendors. The vendor management, the procurement process itself is a lengthy process. You call out for kind of any, yeah, and they'll provide you a documentation of 100 pages with all the regulatory things to be answered for choosing them as a vendor, but that takes a lot of time. I just give you a reference of Air France, which is a case study for how they have actually overcome this long procurement process. They call it as, VAP, vendor agile procurement. Just go there and see how beautifully they have tackled that. They called in all the 4 vendors who are their major vendors into one room. They gave the same problem to all of them. They gave the same requirements and outcomes to all of them. They made everybody sit in one table in the same room, discuss then and there. In one day, they have come up with how good they are in delivering that project for that Air France, for their cargo, and they have delivered it in time. That's a wonderful piece of case study. Anybody can go and Google it. And I actually have a lot of regard for that agile coach who has come up with this kind of an idea. One example.
Is that your way of saying I'm talking too much? So what we're hearing is that the challenges could be in any dimension. It could be at a team level. It could be basically the way you do your product delivery, what have you. So there are several dimensions to achieving business agility. So you'll have to inspect and adapt them. There's certainly certain tools available in the market using which you can do your business agility assessment, measure, and grow from there. Okay, so the next question, this gentleman here, please take this.
Hello, my name is Balarama Varanasi. I see customer-driven, business agility happening. I would like to see why, ecosystem partnership-driven agile opportunity. For example, for pharmaceutical industry, how about agile and hybrid enterprises are two opposite, two different technologies, right? Distinct ones. Now, like a startups and all, they are like a hybrid natives and all. The way, Starbucks has partnered with their customers like that. I see a great opportunity where all the agiles could be partnering with the startup ecosystem globally. Like still we are operating from the principle here in among Commonwealth nations such as India, we don't have industry institute partnership, and the way PMI American standards operate in 185 nations, Indian professional bodies don't operate like that. But because of this hybrid enterprise, that is going to be disrupted, right? Through hybrid enterprises, same effect can be given to all Indian as well as all Commonwealth nations. So I am not seeing the agile driven, how do we drive business agility rather than how do we serve business agility in-house as well as partnership with ecosystem agility. That I would like to see. All your experiences. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So do you want to take that? So, so I just want to basically, understand your question. Want to paraphrase that, okay? So that we are sure that we are addressing the right one. What you're saying is that you see a lot of business agility being driven by the business or the customers. How can we, as the service providing organization, be proactive about it? Is that what your question is? No. Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay, so can I answer?
Yep,
Sorry.
please.
So it is, I should say, it's a very good question, but it is also some sort of lack of knowledge. So all organizations are actually having dedicated functions who are concentrating only in this bit. Why I'll tell you, because when I talk about pharmaceutical company, eventually I have to sell it in the market, right? right? So I have to work with customer-centric products, which has got no relationship with what drug I have developed. It totally taps on that person's customers' sentiments, right? So I will shift to from pharma to an IT product that gives me a solution about customer sentimental analytics or whatever. I'm just giving you an example. So I know that a lot of organizations, I can, Novartis, if I talk about IT, I can talk about Infosys, or many other, let it be Dr. Reddy's or whichever organization, they have dedicated functions who are working to defeat this cross eco hard lines. And they are inviting startups from various, irrespective of whether it is related to their segment or not, and are sponsoring them. So, of course, I agree that there is opportunity to have more such things. But yes, that's the best in my knowledge that I know.
Yeah, no,
about.
I just want to add, so when we are, this is at a policy level, governments, like we have the World Trade Organization, which kind of restricts trade barriers. So it's at a policy level, governments have to do it, organizations have to do it. I remember, we wanted to, this was when 40,000 crores was the exports of IT software way back in 2012. We were making a policy with the government of Andhra Pradesh. And we said, almost 85-90% of exports happens from really big companies, and the small medium businesses or micro small are just about 10 to 15 or 12%. We said, let's make it a policy that at least 10% of the government businesses, you may give it to the big companies, 10% goes to micro, small, medium companies. That way you kind of spread the business and give opportunities to others in the ecosystem and help them thrive.
Beautiful. All right. Thank you, Padmaja. Thank you, Parul, as well. And thanks to all of you, audience. I'm told that we've run out of time. So thank you so very much for your questions, for your engagement and encouragement. I hope you found this very valuable. And thanks to all of my panelists for basically bringing in some fantastic insights and sharing with us about how do we sustain business agility. So thank you very much, everybody. If there are questions, we can take them offline. We'll still be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you leave the stage, we would like you to accept a token of gratitude from our chapter. For that, I request our chapter president, Mr. Venkat, and Mr. Sairam, volunteer and a former board member, to come on stage, please. In your honor, a cluster of 5 saplings has been planted at Trees for Tiger, Sundarban National Park, West Bengal. You can use the QR code provided in your certificate to track the growth of these trees. Thank you, Mr. Krishna Joshi, for being a fantastic moderator. Ms. Deepthi, thank you for coming all the way from Gurgaon. Ms. Nagini, a PMI veteran and former board member. Thank you for all your contributions. Ms. Padmaja, for highlighting the needs for staying engaged to achieve business agility. And last but not the least, Ms. Parul, for sharing your diversified experience in product development in the Agile world. May I request all the guests to stay on stage for a group picture, please? Mr. Venkat and Mr. Sairam, please join the guests. Ms. Komal, can you also join the guests, please, for a group picture? Mr. Vinay? Do we need anybody else? Thank you very much for inspiring us. Thank you. Audience, please stay back. We do have more sections coming up. We have put in so much effort. Please do stay back. Like any other event, this event was also not possible without the support and contribution of the volunteers. They have played a significant role in shaping its success. Thank you. PMIPCC wants to take this opportunity to recognize the efforts of its volunteers. To recognize the volunteers, may I request the board members, Mr. Venkat, Ms. Komal, and Mr. Vinay to come on stage, please. Volunteers, requesting you to come on the dais as your name is being announced. Mr. Chatterjee Babu, Mr. Jaideep Macharla, Ms. Jwalita Matangi, Mr. Madhusudan Eparla, Mr. Manish Biani, Mr. Seshu Ganti. Can I request you to give them a big hand, please? Miss Vijeta Malla, our quiz master, Mr. Vineet Perla, Miss Alisha Bajaj, Mr. Rajesh Sunkavalli, my co-host, Ms. Shrivani Lakkaraju, and her co-host, Ms. Tehseen. Volunteers, please come on stage. All the volunteers. Congratulations on the outstanding contribution, everyone. As everything has its end, this knowledge-packed event has also reached its culmination. As Woody Zuil, an independent agile guide and coach, once said, if you adopt only one agile practice, let it be retrospectives. Everything else will follow. Following him, I would like to call upon Mr. Vinay Babu Tarala, Director, PMIPCC, to reflect on today's event. Mr. Vinay Babu, please take the floor.
Can you hear me? I'll be not no taking much time, just 2 or 3 minutes, okay? I have a big list of names to thank you. Good evening, everyone. Hope you had really interactive and learning session today, okay? I'm really proud how the conference went on because it's a hybrid mode. Really, we had to take some difficult decisions on how to balance in-person and virtual participants. I'm very honored and delighted to deliver the closing conference remarks. As agile organizations, teams and team members, we must constantly question what could be done in a better way to be continuously improve organizations. Hope this conference gave the chance to get some insights, answers, key takeaways around how organizations are sustaining business agility, and I'm extremely pleased that PMIPCC Agile Conference 2023 has well attended by many Agile practitioners who are willing to learn, explore agility, business agility, and sustaining business agility, both virtually and in person. First and foremost, I would like to express my appreciation to all the speakers. We'll start with John for his opening keynote on sustaining business agility with the Agile Manifesto as your North Star. Thank you, John, for taking out. It was really late for you, but you have delivered it for us. Dave McMahon for his keynote address on sustaining the transformation. And as again, for it is around 12 a.m. in the night, or that one Friday evening, he could deliver a good session for us. Hope it was very insightful. And our Krishnamurthy Pami for his thoughts on 4 key factors for sustaining business agility. It was really, eye-opener session, I would say. And my friend Devapun Sanyal for his workshop on gamify the agile mindset. It was really unique way of telling some things which are very complex in nature. And Sairam BS for his inputs on demystifying business agility. I think he really touched up very key important points like connecting right from the industrial revolution. And then Krishna Joshi, who is our moderator for Fireside Chat, a discussion on the conference theme Sustaining Business Agility. She has done a fantastic job with the panelist Deepti Jain. She came from all the way from Gurgaon. Nagini Chandramouli, Parul Sharma, and Padmada Chaudhary for their valuable inputs for the discussion. And this is very important for us. Thank you, volunteers, for your all relentless efforts. I would say without you, I think we could not, make it this bigger and very successful delivery, I would say. And Srimani and Tasin, fantastic job for anchoring for us today. And T-Up for their venue support, Prism for our food services, corporates. We have corporates joined today from Hitachi, Carrier, to name a few. And finally, of course, thank you to my fellow board members and chapter leaders who have made their huge contribution to this event. And thank you once again for joining us today. Hope you all had a wonderful learning experience. I think with the exercise from Sanyal, you would have something to take away and to reflect upon, what did I learn today. And I hope it was a learning and, connecting experience for all of you. Thank you once again. Have a good day. And with that, I'll say as Agile coach, let's not just do Agile, be Agile. Okay? Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, Mr. Vinay, for recognizing the efforts and for a motivational vote of thanks. A final set of announcements before we conclude. So please be seated. The PDOs will be auto-credited for all the PMI members. It was a great day, but there is always a room to improve and to retrospect. And for that, we will seek your valuable feedback. You will receive a post-session mailer requesting the same. Please help us improve. I hope you have availed the offer for PMP, DASSM, and ACP workshops already. In case you haven't, please get in touch with Mr. Shiva because the offer is valid only for today. The conference recording will be made available on the PMIPCC YouTube channel, so do stay tuned. Finally, as Sriwani and I sign off, we would like to thank all the delegates and the PMI community for tuning in person and